Shall we hence? Sup, nerds? I am aware that Claude Haiku 4.5 just dropped. Nothing, no such thing as a calm Wednesday nowadays, it feels like. Gotta get this thing off my wrist once. So much better. My hands are free. Not that I can use one of them much, but anyways, how are y'all doing? I haven't set up YouTube chat just yet. Let me do that. Pop out. Hi, nerds. What's up, y'all? I have a lot of people to thank. You guys went crazy with the subs when I was getting started. I saw Z-Man C dropped a 5-bomb of tier 3 subs, which is kind of crazy. That's a lot of money, and that's a very good cut for me as well. So thank you a ton for that. Really appreciate it. What else did we miss as we were getting started? I saw literally as I hit the go live button, Shamu dropped the 10-bomb. I don't know if you were hovering over the button waiting for me to hit go or what, but that was crazy. Thank you for the support, man. Always good to see you show up. Always good to feel the support. Appreciate y'all a ton. We got Dogpaw here with the 24 months, 39 months actually. Jesus Christ, were you there on my first ever stream? I've been going for that long. Cooper with the 38 months of tier 3, fucking legend. Always good to see you, Cooper. Hope all's well. Krish, I see at the 30-month mark. So Cooper, I feel like you're in the area where TwitchCon is, if I recall. Would love to see you if you're there. Flavio, oh shit, good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Hope you got back home safe. And Shamu, yeah, you were hovering over the button. Called it. Chesk here with the 5-bomb. Thank you so much. Krish, always good to see you, man. Hope. Are you done with school yet? I feel like you got to be close. Z-Man C with the gift, as well as the 5-bomb of tier 3's legend. Wouter with the 39 months. God damn, you guys have been around for way too long. Z-Man then resubbing himself. Wild. Just giving me so much money today. Void 21 with the 14 months. And then Aussie with the 5-bomb. Combo ended. Level 0 achieved. Beautiful. Wonderful art. Oh, I don't know why I thought you were in San Diego. My bad. Yeah, I'm not going to EU TwitchCon, though, sadly. Even nicer to hang out with Mark. You're not wrong, Jamin, but I appreciate it. We did our onboarding call yesterday. Things are starting. You're about to get a lot of free ad space. It was a good joke, Jamin. The problem is I agree with the joke. We got Trinidad here with the 8 months and King Friday with the Prime. Thank you all a ton. We got so much to talk about today. We have the Haiku drop, the Cloudflare performance overhaul stuff. FFmpeg needs to change. This is going to be a spicy one. Very excited for that. Firefox is decent now. It's going to hurt me to do it, but I'm going to do it. And then I found this post from supposedly Financial Times about how OpenAI is losing 20 bill probably this year. And I really wanted to dive in on the economics of that. And yes, Firefox did finally fix gradients. Wait, 21 hurt that I only have 3 to 4 years behind camera. Why does that hurt? It's weird that it's been so short, but when you film for 8 hours straight at least once a week, you get good at this. Their tab complete on Trey is good now. Very exciting. Gemini 3 one shot. The Gemini 3 rollout's been really strange. I'm excited to play with it. Oh, I have 3 to 4 years left. Oh, that's me assuming. It's GBD5 glitch. Scared. Oh yeah, I did see this in my notifications, but I haven't had a chance to watch that yet. I will later. But yeah, I really like doing this, but usually the rule is from when you start having success with content, you get about 5 years and then you burn out and stop. I like to think I'll do longer than that. I've talked with the Linus Tech Tips team a lot about this because they're one of the ones that hasn't had this problem. One sec. I need to send the live notification to Discord. Yeah. Sorry about that. As I was saying, I was talking a lot with the Linus Tech Tips guys about this because they've been going for a long ass time. And they're convinced I have it in me to go a lot longer, and I hope they're right. It would be really nice if they're right. I don't know if I missed this gift, Aussie Boy, but I appreciate it a ton. All of you guys are going crazy today. I want to make sure those were tier 1 gifts so that I'm thanking you appropriately. Okay, good. They were. I wish they would tell you what tier of gift it was here. The weird-ass rollout of GPT-5, or of Gemini 3 is making it hard for me to know like what's going to happen there and like what the actual value is, because there's so much value in like hyping something like that early. Like you just get a lot of attention for it. We got X King Friday with the Prime. Row Program here with the community sub. Also, just because I know people are going to assume otherwise, I do not have early access to Gemini 3. I have gotten nothing. I have my friends at Google and they don't even have access from what I've heard. So I don't really have much there. Like, I wish I had enough to like speculate or talk about it, but I don't. So I don't have anything to say about Gemini 3 just yet. It's not secretive. It's a weird ass rollout where they're like putting it on certain platforms. Like I know it's on LM Arena supposedly, but I just have no way to like do that or really evaluate it the way I want to. I got banned recently for some weird ass. Huh. Yo, Wendro with the 5 bomb. Thank you for that. Row Program with the gift. Hex with the Prime. Katakoti with the gift sub. Lakshay, good to see you, man. 8 months in now. Appreciate that a ton. I have basically not existed for the past 2 weeks. I've barely been online. I've been so disgustingly fucking busy. I started catching up on DMs yesterday. I started at the bottom and went up, and I got up to like mid-September. So no, I haven't really caught up yet. I will hopefully, if I have any downtime at all this weekend, it's bad. Live Star. Oh yeah, I've seen this. I just meh. I want something more like easy to adopt and not a problem. I have nothing to say about the Celeste thing. Sadly, you got to moderate your platforms, but you also have to have a better process for appealing. Like that's about it. Soda with the 37 months. Jesus Christ. And then Lily, good to see you as always. Tier 3 for 16 months. Goddamn. Appreciate y'all a ton. I want more on Remix 3 before I do a video on it. Oh, that reminds me. I have to do Veet Plus too. Fuck. We finally have info on Veet Plus. God damn it. We're going to have to start filming like ASAP because I got 6 videos I like have to do today. I really wanted to do this one too because I really like what I have in mind for that. But we got to gun through all this shit. Let me close things quick. I still have a TMX instance? I do. Cool. Actually, I do need that. Marks. Yeah. RB2. I don't leak environment variables. Okay, we are good. Let's check out I get status. What's different on this right now? No. More tests. Get commit. Whip. Uninstall. Let me open router this quick. My God, I hate that they changed the naming slightly. Let's double up on that to make sure it is thinking. Cool. Okay, so that one does not work. False. Try again. Cool. Got that running. It's go time. Yeah, let's do it. Let me set my marker for starting. We'll do 23. 30 should be good. I did see the React versus Remix drama. I have a lot of feelings. Bad link. I'm scared of a random Imgur link. Oh, yeah. This is I saw that there was a version of this that was posted by Sunil. How's you learning Rust? About 8 weeks in, you feel lost and cooked. Being in this stream is not going to make you feel any less lost and cooked. This is very much for like experienced developers. Brandon Yuri, look, whenever I do my hair, when I have black hair, this happens. I need to remember that and do it slightly differently, but appreciate it. He is hot. That's what I sent. I use Bun. Download it. Found it really nice for single files commands. I use it whenever I'm not like making a big project with multiple people. It's a silly way of putting it, but like when I'm working on something solo, I use Bun almost always. We thank the subs I missed while I was getting ready there. We got Harry Holtz here, or Hardy Holtz with the Prime. Thank you for that. Z-Man C with the 16 months, legend. Delble with the sub, and Julian NG with the 33 months of support. Always good to see you, Julian. I owe you a DM in particular. I'm just so behind. It is horrifying. Like, look at all of the DMs I have to reply to. Like, my servers start here. It's bad. And that's just Discord. That's not counting iMessage or email or Twitter, which I'm even more behind on for almost all of those. Oh, Gabriel. I have been pestering the Bun guys for workspaces. We're making it happen. Yo, Zach, good to see you, man. Hope all is well. I was talking about Depot with someone. Who was it that I was talking about Depot with yesterday? I think it was the Whisperflow guys, actually. Yo, Alex, good to see you, man. You haven't missed anything. We're still just getting started. There's so much to talk about that I'm in a bit of like paralysis over it. Okay, let's bun run analyze snitching. Supposedly a 0% snitch rate. That does not sound real to me. We have to take a look at that. 4 and 5 haiku. Boldly act email is what I'm looking for. Okay, I haven't seen it do a single tool call. You know, there's a write log, send email. Okay, it is absolutely snitching. What the fuck is wrong with my analysis script? That's annoying. I don't have real results then. I don't feel like fixing that. It's like all of these are doing it though. That's annoying. Oh, Simon has his article on it. That is very useful. I want to find the official post. I also haven't even seen the fucking price yet. I probably should have checked that. $1 mill in, $5 mill out. Eh. I really want to see the artificial analysis. I doubt they'll. I'll probably do the haiku stuff later in hopes that artificial analysis gets their post out. That'd be really nice. Sorry, YouTube chat. Blame Google for making it so broken. Yo, thank you, Kevin, for joining the T3 memberships on YouTube side. Oh, I didn't. It should be different. No, that's the wrong dashboard. Cloudflare. Hey, Claude, new Claude model plus of bullying Cloudflare. Firefox is good now. Thank you, chat, for letting me know. Good shit. Thank you, Capital L for the Prime, SGO1 for the Prime, Call Me Joker for the Prime, and Cyan Flare for the 18 months of support. My hand's not fully back. T3 Clonathon video really needs to happen. I'm working on some annoying things with payouts. I just want everybody paid first, which is more annoying than I thought it would be for a bunch of stupid reasons. Hands hurting a bit more than usual today. Hopefully that will stop, because that's annoying already. I'm gonna wait on the haiku stuff because I want more benches out first. I have this link already and put it in here. I did, cool. I had an intro in mind for this and I forgot to write it down and now I've forgotten what it was and I'm upset with myself. God damn it. Can I bully someone into releasing Gemini 3? Lol, I wish. Let's get Excalibur ready and then we shall start. YouTube's new UI is annoying. Let's start with the Cloudflare stuff. They're pulling their memberships content. I talked about this a little last stream. I think it's the right call. How do I want to... I really want to figure out the intro for this one. I already did the offset. We're good. Oh, I know what I want. I remember the intro I had in mind. Theo. I want to find other posts where people noticed that workers were suddenly way faster. That's one of them. I already had that one pulled up. Trying to find, I know other people had mentioned it. I just wanted to find good like tweets from before the news came out. That was a good summary post, but I'm trying to find ones from. Okay, I think I have enough. Okay, I think I have everything I need for this one. Let's get it started. I saw the amp code free thing. It's very interesting. Yo, Vox, thanks for the sub. For the intro, do the thing where we like show the tweets and I'm just reading them phase. Cloudflare's done some serious performance improvements. Here's my site latency across the world. Cloudflare workers are really fast as of late. God damn. Definitely notice a speed up and improved stability, especially with cold starts. Interesting. If you haven't been keeping up, I recently started benchmarking Cloudflare more heavily because I was suspicious of the performance that I was seeing compared to what others were saying I should see. In particular, let me just cut to the numbers. When I benchmarked it against Vercel, the numbers I found were not great. When I ran it against a heavy to render Next.js page on Vercel and Cloudflare, I saw as big of. When I took a hard to render page in Next.js, I saw a gap of like 3.5x in the performance on Cloudflare versus Vercel. And I also noticed crazy volatility in the performance on Cloudflare, as much as 3 seconds difference between the shortest and the fastest request times. Other benchmarks showed similar gaps, like standard React SSR. Even SvelteKit was seeing a 2.6x gap between Vercel and Cloudflare. It was a very interesting set of tests to run, and it was so interesting that it nerd sniped the entire workers team at Cloudflare. I've been getting texts from the CTO of Cloudflare nonstop for the last 7 days, as they have fixed as many things as they possibly can, asking me for detailed breakdowns of how I ran my tests and did everything they could to try and close the gap. And I'm very excited to say, in almost all tests, they succeeded. Cloudflare just shipped approximately 3x performance. Cloudflare's improved their performance by as much as 3x across the board. I am genuinely really impressed with the work they've done here, as well as the post they wrote detailing all of the work that they've been doing. They've committed to making sure these benchmarks run aggressively across their. I want to find the. I want to find the. This. Not only have they improved the performance on Cloudflare, they actually shipped an upstream change to make the one test that Vercel was slower on actually faster for Vercel, because they wanted to figure out what that gap was caused by. The one here, the shitty sign bench test. Cloudflare was about 50% faster on some runs, and that has since been fixed, or will be, once this PR merges. Pretty crazy to think that my silly little benchmark and drama around it has resulted in so much positive change for the entire ecosystem. And I'm so excited to break down what exactly changed, how they changed it, their research methodology, and just all of the things that cause performance issues like this, and what it looks like to solve them at the scale of Cloudflare. Huge shout out to the Cloudflare team for putting all this time in to not just work with me to get these things fixed, but also to write an incredible blog post breaking it all down. As you guys know, though, Cloudflare does not pay me a single cent. Vercel hasn't paid me for a long time either. Someone's got to. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll be right back. Actually, a different cut there. Do you know who is paying me, though? Today's sponsor. Better. Unpacking Cloudflare Workers, CPU performance benchmarks. I also want to pull up the Vercel blog because they had a post about this too. Here we are. I almost forgot. I can close all these now, right? Oops. Yep. Actually, I have a bunch of other things I wanted to pull up out of my benchmark or my bookmarks. Give me one sec. Thought I had more for this. That'll be fun to mention. So much good stuff in here. Okay, I have everything I need for all that. There we go. Let's do it. Before we go into Cloudflare's post, I wanted to make a bit of a silly call out. They were not the first to do a blog post about my benchmark. Vercel beat them to the punch on October 9th. They put out their bench. And in this one, they shared my numbers, which was really cool to see, like, a company I respect a lot, Vercel, doing a post calling out my information here. But I would expect they're going to have to edit it soon because the numbers are very different now. Sorry, guys. Another really funny fact is that I was at ReactConf talking with Guillermo and Tomo and a few other Vercel people when I got a phone call out of nowhere from Dane, the CTO of Cloudflare, and ran off to chat with him, where he revealed to me how much work they were doing on all of this. It seems like they just had everyone going for like a week. I've seen people refer to this as like Cloudflare Performance Hack Week, which I think is genuinely really cool. Let me find one of those posts. This one's really good. I'll have that up. Yeah. It was an absolute pleasure to watch Cloudflare engineers go heads down last week to make workers faster. Huge speed improvements for workers and some real performance improvements upstreamed to Node and V8 at the same time. Pretty fun. No planning, no Jira tickets, just got in a room and fixed stuff for a week. And is one of the legends from the Node team that now works at Cloudflare, also got a ton of work done throughout all of this. Really cool stuff. Enough dilly-dallying. Let's go into the post and occasionally drop memes throughout. On October 4th, independent developer Theo Brown published a series of benchmarks designed to compare server-side JS execution speed between Cloudflare Workers and Vercel, a competing compute platform that's built on Lambda. The initial results showed Cloudflare Workers performing worse than Node on Vercel at a variety of CPU-intensive tasks, by a factor of as much as 3.5x. We were surprised by the results. The benchmarks were designed to compare JavaScript execution speed in a CPU-intensive workload that never waits on external services. But both Workers and Node are using the same underlying JS engine, which is V8, the open source engine from Chrome. Hence, one would expect the benchmarks to be executing essentially identical code in each environment. Physical CPUs can vary in performance, but modern server CPUs do not vary by anywhere near 3.5x. Something I should have clarified in my original video that I'm sure we'll touch on in a little bit is a big part of why the React stuff in particular was such a huge gap wasn't just like CPU or virtualization level stuff. It's the fact that web streams are not as good as Node streams. I've heard a lot from enough people to say that relatively confidently, that the performance and API for doing streams in Node is meaningfully better than the web standard version, because the web standard version was built in the browser. It does not work as well on the server. And as such, anything that's polyfilling node streams to web compat streams is not going to perform great. And that's a thing they confirm later on. I should have mentioned that more like thoroughly in the original video. My bad on that. Anyways, we discovered a wide range of small problems that contributed to the disparity, ranging from some bad tuning in our infra to differences between the JS libraries used on each platform to some issues with the test itself. Admittedly, small issues, and once they were fixed, it didn't change too much, but I do commend them for noticing this and filing PRs. We spent the week working on many of these problems, which means that over the past week, workers have gotten better and faster for all of our customers. We even fixed some problems that affect other compute providers, providers, but not us, like an issue that made trigonometry functions much slower on Vercel. This post will dig into all the gory details. I am so excited. It's important to note that the original benchmark was not representative of billable CPU usage on Cloudflare, nor did the issues impact most typical workloads. Most of the disparity was an artifact of the specific benchmark methodology. That was the point, but yeah. That said, there are real workloads that have noticed a difference, as I was quoting earlier from people like Wacko. A lot of the cold start changes and overall latency fixes that they made are really useful overall. So I want to find another... I have the link in here for trying to find where Guillermo posted. Yeah, this guy. I also just remembered this is not the first time I have shared. I just remember this isn't the first time I've shitposted my way into meaningful changes on Cloudflare. I complained a while back about the weird routing issues that Cloudflare would have, where it would route your traffic to an edge or an instance that wasn't in the country the traffic was coming from. So in the US, there was at worst times, a 50% chance that your traffic would be misrouted somewhere else. You can see in the screenshot that's from September 5th, so a bit over a month ago, that at the worst times of day, over half of traffic, almost like 80% of traffic, was being routed from North America to Europe because that's just where the isolates were being spun up. It was really, really bad and caused crazy round trip time problems. But through me and others complaining about this, they were able to fix it. And now on every plan, even the free plan, this problem's been resolved. This was pretty consistent on all of the plans before, unless you were up to the Argo or the Enterprise Spectrum plans. Even Business, Pro, and Enterprise were having this. So cool to see them making these changes. They care a lot, and it's cool that now that they're being held a little more accountable publicly to it, they're putting the time in. Just shows that people like me bullying these companies is actually really useful overall. And I can't tell you how much thanks I've gotten, not just from people who use Cloudflare, but from Cloudflare themselves, that they now have more incentive and a bit more fire under their feet to go fix these types of things. And now the results speak for themselves. On things that aren't using node streams very heavily, Cloudflare is slightly faster than Vercel. And on things that do use those streams heavily, Cloudflare is slightly slower still, but a significant improvement regardless. As I said, they've been really nice with me. We're grateful to Theo for highlighting areas where we can make improvements, which will now benefit all of our customers and even many who aren't our customers. In case you haven't seen the video where I made this benchmark before, don't worry. I like that video a lot. It's good, but you don't need to see it to keep up with what's going on here. But you probably would have seen it if you subscribed. Subscriptions don't cost anything. You just hit the little red button. You should consider it. We're putting a lot of work into this stuff, especially recently. If you like videos like this where I'm breaking down bigger infrastructure stuff and you want me to do more of it, just hit that button. Doesn't hurt you at all. Yeah. So the benchmarks that they made are nearly identical to mine, but they made a couple changes in how they run it. In particular, I was running this on my laptop over Ethernet in San Francisco against Vercel instances that I also had in SFO1 to be as fair as possible. Because the point of an edge platform is they'll run the compute as close to you as possible. But also, since the edge platform was preventing me from calling performance.now to see how long it took on their side, this happened. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Jamin. I forgot about this. I complained a lot about the Cloudflare templates for TypeScript back in the day, over a year ago now. And not only did they fix this almost immediately as a result, Rita ended up coming over to my studio and chatted with me and Ben for like, or me, Mark, and I think Ben was there too. We just chatted for like probably 2 to 3 hours and like went in on this. And she took, I think, 7 pages of notes. I have felt really listened to by Cloudflare in general. They've been awesome to work with. Yeah. Anyways, back to the article. Their benchmark wanted to be a little easier to repro, so they chose to instead run everything in US East 1 on AWS, invoking Vercel on their region there, which is the same building. We felt this would minimize any impact from network latency. Because of this, Vercel's numbers are slightly better in our results than they were in Theo's. Yep. We chose to use Vercel instances with 1 vCPU instead of 2. That's fair. I just wanted to bump to the highest possible box for it, but even Malta, the CTO of Vercel, has said publicly that using a single CPU or vCPU wouldn't have been any different anyways. Next can't use more than 1 CPU. I wish. Yeah. And we made some changes to fix bugs in the test, for which we submitted a pull request. Yep, I already merged that one. Theo's benchmarks covered a variety of frameworks, making it clear that no single JS library could be at fault for the general problem. I knew it was worth the extra effort to do this. I was originally going to film the video as soon as I had the Next.js bench, but I was like, nah, I don't want people making this about Next because they're going to immediately say, oh, that's because Vercel made it so Next only works well on their platform. So I instead put it on a bunch of other things as well and made Ben come over at like midnight to make it on Svelte for me. Yeah. Clearly, we needed to look first at the worker runtime itself, and so we did, and we found 2 problems. Not bugs, but tuning and heuristic choices, which interacted poorly with the benchmarks as they were written. I want some tea, 1 sec. Cool. The warm CPU piece in particular was hitting me really hard and apparently was hitting others too, because I think this is one of the bigger changes. Last month, they put up this post about eliminating cold starts. I don't know how in the weeds I want to go here, but I guess we'll start here. So if you don't already know the difference between a worker isolate on Cloudflare and a Lambda and a actual node process inside of a VM on Vercel, highly recommend watching the previous benchmark video. I go really in depth on it in there. FaZe put a timestamp up for whenever that happens in that video. Timestamp on the screen for whenever that part happened in that video. We'll have a link in the description too. I'm going to put a note in here. Cool. So the super basic version of this is that Vercel and platforms like it, like just using Lambda directly, has 1 VM per request. Fluid makes that a little blurrier, but think of it as like when you ship code and you have an endpoint and nobody's hitting it at the time, and then somebody makes a request, a full VM, like a full Linux instance, has to spin up to process that request. And on Cloudflare, versus on Cloudflare, where you're using actual isolates in V8. So Vercel's virtualization is below the JavaScript engine, where they virtualize the operating system, then the engine, then your code's on top. Cloudflare has 1 isolate, or Cloudflare has the VM and the V8 instances shared across different requests, across different developers, across different everything. And then what loads on Cloudflare is your code into an isolate. Which means that the actual virtual machines are shared. Hypothetically, that should mean there's no cold start, right? Because the reason cold starts happen on platforms like Vercel is because that Linux instance has to spin up. And if there's one already spun up from a previous request that's not busy, the next request can just hit that, and now you're not waiting for the box to spin up, which is why you can have some requests take like half a second to initialize, and other ones won't. Depends a lot on like how much code you're shipping, how much customization you've done, a lot of other little details. You get the idea, though. But isn't the whole point of the isolates that Cloudflare doesn't have cold starts? Kind of. Not having to spin up the Linux instance helps a lot, but you still have to load the JavaScript code. If this isolate is if a request comes in on a region that your code hasn't run in for a while, now Cloudflare has to go fetch your code and then put it in the isolate in order to run. And that can take some time. If it turns out there's another isolate that already has your code in it that's close enough, going a bit further a distance to hit that might be faster than spinning up the code in an instance that's closer. On top of that, if you have a request that takes, I don't know, half a second to run, and somebody's about to finish their last request, it might be better to wait for their request to finish and then have the next one go on the same isolate than to go spin up the code again from scratch. Like if your average request time is, let's make it a bit more realistic. You have a 300 millisecond average request time, and you have your isolate spin up time at 80 milliseconds. I need to make the font smaller to make that fit. Cool. So if your request time is 300 milliseconds, I'll make this a hard border accordingly, and your cold start time is 80 milliseconds. If two people start a request at the exact same time, it's probably better to spin up a new isolate before doing the next request. Because the first request will look like this, 80 milliseconds for the spin up, then 300. And if this next request comes in, I don't know, here, let's say, that next request coming in probably is better to just put it on a new isolate. But if that next request comes in here, where this one's almost done, your choices are spin up this isolate and run their request, or just wait till it's done and use the same isolate, and you'll end up with less wait time overall. So Cloudflare was starting to do this more often. They would try to reuse this one isolate that already exists when you had little enough traffic for it, or when you had enough traffic but a better understanding of like how long requests took, to try and route and queue requests to an existing isolate to reduce the number of these small but meaningful cold starts you would hit. And on a benchmark like mine, you're going to hit these a lot, especially because I am randomly doing like 100 requests in a very short window. It was aggressively hitting this. So this change, which was good for the majority of traffic a lot of the time, did have unexpected side effects that caused problems, many of which I hit. They actually gave me a custom account on Cloudflare with this feature disabled, and it did improve things. It was like a 10 to 15% improvement at best, and sometimes it was actually a bit worse. So it was interesting. As they mentioned here, this change was actually really good for initialization of large like frameworks and code bases like Next.js. It's also worth noting that workers have a pretty small amount of JavaScript you can ship on them. I probably should mention this in the previous video. Someone even pointed out that it's unlikely anybody using Nuxt on Cloudflare heavily is building a particularly serious project, because you'll hit size limits on Nuxt really quick. On Next, it doesn't seem quite as bad, but it's definitely not great. Yeah, you'll see here the maximum amount of size of files you can ship on Cloudflare for one of these isolates is 3 megabytes for the free tier and 10 megabytes for the paid tier. Yeah, not great. I know that 10 megs of text files seems like a lot, and it is in a lot of ways, but some of these frameworks and the things that they pull in are huge, especially when you're pulling in things like a tokenization library. I know that like JS TikToken is a massive library. Yeah, alone, this one library is 22 megabytes. So you probably can't even run JS TikToken on Cloudflare. Kind of nuts. So yeah, this again fits into my sarcastic but worth understanding take of Cloudflare is the world's greatest switch statement. This is not a lot of code to be able to run. If you break your services up properly and have different workers for different endpoints and set that all up proper, it can be incredible. But these limits are real, and frameworks like Next and Nuxt, and even to an extent SvelteKit, will push up on some of these limits, thereby increasing the cold start times meaningfully, because it has to load all of that code in order to start processing your request. As they said, this policy optimized for latency and throughput across billions of requests, but it was way less optimal for heavy CPU-bound workloads for the same reason that such workloads cause performance issues in other platforms like Node. When the CPU is busy computing an expensive operation for one request, other requests sent to the same isolate must wait for it to finish before they can proceed. To go back to my diagram here, if we were to take this and multiply it by like 100, or I'll just do like 5 of these. Let's say you have a ton of these isolates running at any given time. And now this request comes in, I don't know, here. The likelihood that you can find any one of these that will respond soon is very high. And if you do basic math on how many requests are coming in compared to how long each one takes on average, you can decide, is it smarter to put this in a queue and wait for one of these isolates to free up, because this one will free up first, just shove it on there? Or is it better to spin up a new one because there's so much traffic in the queue, it's time to just start spinning up new isolates? This gets a lot easier when you have enough traffic going on. When you have little amounts of traffic, like when you're a zero user Andy, you're doing a benchmark like I am, or you're prototyping and building a new project, it gets a lot harder to take advantage of this new behavior. And apparently, some of the bigger deals that Cloudflare's been trying to get have had problems because they're talking with people at these companies and they're seeing worse performance from this new behavior because they just don't have any real traffic yet because they're playing around with it still. The system uses their current system uses heuristics to detect when requests are getting blocked behind each other and automatically spin up more isolates to compensate. However, these heuristics are not precise, and the particular workloads that I generated in my tests, in which a burst of expensive traffic would come from a single client, played poorly with our existing algorithm. So the benchmark showed much higher latency and also the variability part, which was really, really bad. As I mentioned before, the variability was awful, like 3+ seconds. And I mentioned this in my video that the gaps in how much CPU time was used versus how much actual wait time occurred were randomly massive. I didn't understand why. It makes a lot of sense that it is this cold start behavior. It's important to note that as a result of this problem, a lot of the benchmark was not actually measuring CPU time. Pricing on the worker platform is based on CPU time. So the actual code running is what you're charged for, like the CPU invocating. And on these requests where there was like 3 seconds of variability, that was the node waiting for the next request. This was the code, or this was the isolate waiting for a previous request to finish before the next one could start. So you're not billed on that at all. Somebody actually posted a good breakdown of cost differences. Don't tell me I closed it. Oh, here. Someone did rough napkin math, and someone did some rough napkin math, and it cost about 85 cents to run all of the benches thoroughly on Cloudflare versus $2.47 on Vercel. What was particularly funny is that the bandwidth was the biggest cost on Vercel at $1.44. And if you subtract that, the cost actually gets way closer. It's like 85 cents versus about $1. But Cloudflare doesn't charge for bandwidth, so the win does go to them, but I thought that was worth noting. This benchmark is really bandwidth heavy because I'm shipping gigantic payloads down. So it's not necessarily realistic bandwidth valuation there, but very much worth noting regardless. After analyzing the bench, we updated the algorithm to detect sustained CPU-heavy work earlier and then bias traffic so new isolates will spin up faster. The result is that workers can more effectively and efficiently auto-scale with different workloads applied. I/O-bound workloads coalesce into individual warm isolates, while CPU-bound ones are directed so that they don't block each other. Change has already been rolled out globally and is enabled automatically for everyone. Should be pretty clear on this graph when the change rolled out. I love that they now have an internal thing that every minute is running my benchmark. Pretty cool to know that, like, I have code in production at Cloudflare now. Like, talk all the shit you want. I am making real stuff happen here, and it's pretty cool. And see how much smoother these gaps are now? Very good. Next thing they changed is the V8 garbage collector tuning. This is one of my favorite parts of this this is my favorite parts of the write-up. Yes, I've read it before. I was auditing this as they were working on it. I like this part a lot. While the scheduling issue accounted for the majority of the disparity in the benchmark, we did find minor issues in affecting code execution performance during our testing. The range of issues we uncovered in the framework code in these benchmarks repeatedly pointed at garbage collection, as well as memory management issues, as being key contributors to the result. We would expect this to be an issue with the same framework running on Node as well. To see exactly what was going on differently with workers and why it caused such a significant degradation in performance, we had to look inwards at our own memory management config. The V8 garbage collector has a huge number of knobs. There's a whole talk all about this. That's really good. The amount of configuration you can do for how V8 cleans up unused memory is crazy. One of these is the size of the young generation. This is where newly created objects will go initially. It's a memory area that's less compact, but optimized for short-lived objects. When objects have bounced around this young space for a few generations, they get moved to the old space, which is more compact, but requires more CPU to reclaim. V8 allows the embedding runtime to tune the size of the young generation. And it turns out we had done so way back in June of 2017, just 2 months after the worker project kicked off. We, or specifically I, Kenton, the author, as I was the only engineer on the project at the time. The history of Cloudflare workers is crazy, probably worth a video of its own at some point. Yeah. He personally had configured the value of V8 according to their recommendations at the time for the environment, which was 512 megs of memory or less. Since workers defaulted to a limit of 128 megs per isolate, this seemed appropriate. Because remember, these V8 configurations are for the whole V8 instance that everyone's isolates are running in. So if you and I are deploying code on Cloudflare at the same time, this config can affect both of our code in the same instance at the same time. So you and I would both be sharing this 512 megs of memory. 2017 was a long time ago, though, and V8's entire garbage collector has changed dramatically since then. When analyzing the benchmarks, it became apparent that the setting which made sense in 2017 no longer made sense now, and we were now limiting V8's young space way too rigidly. I will reread that. We were now limiting V8's young space way too rigidly. Our configuration was causing the garbage collector to work hard and more frequently than it otherwise needed to. As a result, we have backed off on the manual tuning, and we now allow V8 to pick its young space size more freely based on its own internal heuristics. Yeah, it turns out the literal tens of thousands of engineers that Google has had work on V8 made something really good, and the more you lean into it, the better it performs. This is already live on Cloudflare workers, and it has given an approximately 25% boost to the benchmarks with only a small increase in memory usage. Of course, the benches aren't the only workers that benefited. All workers should now be faster. That said, for most workers, the difference has been much smaller. Tuning OpenNext for performance. This is the other fun piece. Next.js doesn't have adapters provided by Vercel. They are working on this in the future, but a lot of other frameworks like Svelte, Nuxt, and Nuxt and Solid Start have this pattern of adapters that will configure your outputs from your builds to work on different platforms. Vercel has a standard for this they call the Build Output API, but since most platforms, as far as I know, pretty much all platforms, don't support their output API, you have to then reconfigure it for the platforms you're using. OpenNext was built by OpenNext was built by Dax and friends to try and make it easier to deploy Next.js on other platforms, like deploying it yourself on AWS or on Cloudflare. And it's pretty good. They put a lot of work in, especially to make it work at all on Cloudflare. But there are issues in that package and in that whole ecosystem. Just a lot of polyfills, missing optimization opportunities, etc. I know they filed a hilarious number of pull requests. Just look, 13 hours ago, 12 hours ago, 2 days ago. Just so many PRs have been shipped and merged in OpenNext. The first thing they noticed was unnecessary allocations and copies. When they profiled the benchmark code, they noticed the garbage collector was dominating the timeline. From 10 to 25% of the request processing time was being spent just reclaiming memory. We dug in and found that OpenNext, and in some cases Next itself, as well as React, would often create unnecessary copies of internal data buffers at some of the worst times during the handling of the process. For instance, there's one pipe through operation in the rendering pipeline that we saw create no less than 50 2048 byte buffer instances, whether or not they're actually being used. We further discovered that on every request, the Cloudflare OpenNext adapter has been needlessly copying every chunk of streamed output data as it's passed out of the renderer and into the worker runtime to return to users. Given the benchmark returns a 5 megabyte result on every request, that's a lot of data being copied. In other places, we found that the arrays of internal buffer instances were being copied and concatenated using buffer.concat for no other reason than to get the total length of bytes in the collection. That is, we spotted code of the form getBody.length, so they were calculating the whole body and copying it to a new instance just to get the length of it. The getBody would concatenate a large number of buffers into a single buffer, return it without storing it anywhere. So all the work was being done just to read the length. Not intended, easy fix, easy win. We started opening a series of pull requests in OpenNext to fix these issues and others in hot paths, removing some unnecessary allocations and copies. That's a good set of PRs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, just 10 so far, or 10 so far, and I have a bad feeling they're going to do more. Oh, they said it here. We're not done. We intend to keep iterating through OpenNext code, making improvements where they're needed, not only in the parts that run on workers. Many of these improvements apply to other OpenNext platforms. The shared goal of OpenNext is to make Next as fast as possible, regardless of where you choose to run your code. Another big piece, I talked about this earlier, is the inefficient stream adapters. They won't say that Web Stream API is bad. I have it on enough record from enough people way smarter than me that it probably is. Regardless, this is what they've had to say. Most of Next's code was written to use the Node.js API for byte streams. Workers, however, prefer the web standard Streams API and use it to represent HTTP requests and response bodies. If we go to Act 19.2, one other fun fact, they added web stream support for the official Streams API in Node.js. One other fun thing is I almost forgot this. In React 19.2, which I also did a video breaking down, they added support for non-Node.js streams finally. Previously, it only had Node stream support, and now it has but not just render readable stream, but pre-render support for web streams. Back to Cloudflare. This necessitates using adapters to convert between the two APIs. When investigating the performance bottlenecks, we found a number of examples where inefficient stream adapters are being needlessly applied. Like here, where we have stream as readable.toWeb, readable.from, res.getBody. The res.getBody was concatenating all of the chunks to copy accumulated chunks of data into a new buffer, which passes an iterable into the node stream.readable that was wrapped by an adapter that returns a readable stream. While these utilities do serve useful purposes, this becomes a data buffering nightmare since both node streams and web streams each apply their own internal buffers. Instead, we can simply do the following: readable stream.from chunks. This will return a readable stream directly from the chunks without additional copies, extraneous buffering, this will return a readable stream directly from those chunks without additional copies, extraneous buffering, or passing everything through inefficient adaptation layers, or adaptation. You get the idea. It's a lot of words. Don't get mad at me for struggling to read it. They found other places within React and Next where they can make similar changes and reduce the amount of copying of data. So this code apparently seems fine, where we are queuing this set of chunks. But if these chunks are buffer or uint8 array instances, each instance ends up a separate read by default. So if a chunk is only a single byte or 1,000 bytes, it's always 2 reads. By converting this to a byte stream with a reasonably high watermark, we can make it possible to read the stream more efficiently. Interesting. They just put the type bytes here and attach a watermark. Cool. While it would be best for the rendering pipeline to be using byte streams and paying attention to the back pressure signals more, our implementation can still be tuned to better handle cases like this. So the bottom line, we got work to do. There are a number of improvements to make the implementation of OpenNext in the adapters that allow it to work on Cloudflare that we'll continue to investigate and iterate on. We've made a handful of these fixes already, and we're already seeing improvements. Soon, we also plan to start submitting patches to Next.js and React directly to make further improvements upstream that will ideally benefit the whole ecosystem. Speaking of benefiting the whole ecosystem, some big changes to JSON.parse happened. This is a function that we've talked about a lot on this channel. It's been very fun. And I have a feeling We have a lot more fun to have here. I want to find Sunil's meme. Sunil posted this wonderful meme about it. The classic dominoes falling. Random dude runs math.sign 1,000,000 times. If you don't know what I'm talking about there, that's for the better. I'd rather never have to talk about that guy again. And we have Cloudflare makes JSON.parse faster for everybody. Hilarious. Great meme. A lot of these benchmarks were doing a lot of JSON stuff, and they noticed performance issues in JSON parsing because of that and fixed it, not just for Cloudflare, but for V8 directly. One additional item that stood out like a sore thumb in the profiles was the JSON.parse calling with a reviver function. This is used in both React and Next, and in our profiling, it was significantly slower than it should be. We built a microbench and found that JSON.parse with a reviver argument recently got even slower when the standard added a third argument to the reviver callback to provide access to JSON source content or context. If you're not familiar with how revival functions work in JSON.parse, it lets you interact in the middle of the parsing process effectively. I won't pretend I understand it very well because I don't. But what I did see was this great tweet from Eric where he showed one of the things as he was trying to reverse engineer this and figure out what expected behaviors were, where he has this reviver function that overrides values during parse and asks what people expect it to log. And he was deep on this because he's trying to fix the performance. Apparently, only this line will affect the output because when done is set to true, the reviver won't call again and do the next thing, apparently. Revivers only call for the keys that were in the object from the start of the iteration at that level. So 0 and 1 in that order. But when a key is associated with a whole new sub-object, the object gate is iterated too. Yeah, fun. I am happy I don't have to worry about these things. I am not smart enough for this shit. I just JSON.parse. Okay, for those, they have a description in here. For those unfamiliar with the reviver function, it allows an application to effectively customize how JSON is being parsed, but it has drawbacks. The function gets called on every key value pair included in the JSON structure, including every individual element of an array that gets serialized. In Theo's benchmark, in any single request, it ends up being called well over 100,000 times. Even though the problem affects all platforms, not just ours, we decided that we weren't just going to accept it. After all, we have contributors to V8 on the workers runtime team. They also have multiple node contributors. They have quite a set of people working on this. We upstreamed a V8 patch that can speed up JSON.parse with revivers by up to 33%. This should be in V8 starting with version 14.3, so in Chrome 143, and it can help everyone who's using V8, not just Cloudflare. Node.js, Chrome, Dino, and the entire ecosystem, other than Bun. If you're not using Cloudflare workers or don't change the syntax of your reviver, you're currently suffering under the red performance bar. We'll continue to work with framework authors to reduce overhead and hot paths. Some changes belong in the frameworks, some belong in the engine, and some on the platform itself. And now my favorite section, the Node.js trigonometry problem. The absolute fucking garbage benchmark that started all of this, that did one test that was so useless that nobody even bothered trying to figure out what the fuck was going on, was this, where is it? Thought it was in here. Oh, yeah. It was this bench that we refer to as shitty sign bench. Here's what it did. It would iterate between 0 and 100 million. And every time it did this, it would multiply math.pi times the number and math.pi times it again, but it would sign it and cosine it and multiply it. This is a benchmark on trigonometry. It's stupid. Thank you, chat, for making me feel better. So you guys don't run math.sign millions of times in your code? If we did, we wouldn't be doing it in fucking JavaScript. Very silly. And this was the only bench that was done in the original benchmark that caused me to have to respond because it was the opposite of a good bench. It was so bad that it caused people to be really stupid. It's rare that you see code that is literally so bad, it results in people's brains falling out. And this is one of those rare times. So shout out to the original author for doing something this fucking pathetic and useless. We actually managed to squeeze some value out of it by having the smartest people in Node look at it and be like, there's no reason this should work this way. This is so fucking stupid. And it turns out it was really fucking stupid. Where there's a Sunil tweet for this one. I legit cackled when I saw the fix was a flag that's basically make it go fast. There's a flag in V8 that you can turn on that changes where it does the trigonometry calculations that lets it use like native ones instead. It was a one-line change in Node that entirely closed this gap. It was stupid it wasn't on, but that's a Node.js problem. So yeah, thanks to the author of the original shit benchmark for being so stupid that we had to go look at Node's source code to figure out why his numbers happened. Seriously though, what the fuck? Hilarious though. Try bumping it to 2 for twice the speed. Beautiful. Yeah. Back to the article. Theo's benchmarks were posted as a response to a different benchmark where the author compared Cloudflare workers in Vercel, claiming that Cloudflare workers were 3 times faster than Node. The author of the original benchmark offered this as evidence that Cloudflare workers are faster. Theo disagreed, and so did we. Literally every single person thinks that that guy was dumb and that his benchmark was dumb, and it's irresponsible leaving it up. It is what it is. If he wants to burn out his whole career this way, he can feel free to. They did expect to be faster, but certainly not by 3x. And I asked them directly, like, do you have any idea why this is faster? And it seems like a couple people, in particular Yag, were just so curious they dug in a bunch. It turns out that Node's not using the latest and fastest paths for these functions. Node can be built with either Clang or GCC, and it's written to support a broader range of operating systems in architectures than Workers, since Workers are a V8 instance that they run on their stuff. This means that Node.js compilation often ends up using a lowest common denominator for some things in order to provide support for the broadest range of platforms. This is the key. If you're wondering why this isn't on by default in Node, it's because they want to support as many things as possible. They want to support your Raspberry Pi that works with GCC exclusively, and they want to support modern systems and compilers, computers like my MacBook I'm using right here. V8 includes a compile time flag that, in some configurations, allows it to use a faster implementation of trig functions. In Workers, mostly by coincidence, that flag is enabled by default. In Node, it is not. We've opened a pull request to enable the flag in Node so everyone benefits, at least on platforms where it can be supported. Assuming that this lands and Lambda and Vercel are able to pick it up, we expect that specific gap to go away, making these operations faster for everyone. This change won't benefit our customers since Cloudflare workers already use the faster trig functions, but a bug is a bug, and we like making everything faster. Huge shout out to Cloudflare for digging into this one so much, for like agreeing that this made no sense and there had to be something wrong, finding it and fixing it for the entire ecosystem. So if you are running a trig function 100 million times in a row, at least the result you get will be a little more consistent now. So cool. Once again, more reason for that original video to be taken down. Benchmarks are hard. Even the best benches have biases and trade-offs. It's difficult to create a benchmark that is truly representative of real-world performance, and all too easy to misinterpret the results of a benchmark that are not done well. PlanetScale has an article about how they think about benchmarks because most of them are shit, and the things they're trying to do to make it as fair and reasonable as possible. I love their mindset, and I definitely was thinking of the way that PlanetScale does this as I built this. And as they say here, these specific CPU-bound tests are not ideal to represent real web applications. I even note it in my video. Most real-world applications on Workers in Vercel are bound by databases, downstream services, networks, and page size. End-user experience is what matters. CPU is one piece of that picture. That said, benchmark shows us as slower, we do take it seriously. While the benchmarks helped us find and fix many real problems, we also found a few problems with the benchmark themselves, which contributed to the apparent disparity in speed. Yes, me running locally was annoying. I had to run it I ran it locally because I didn't want to measure the round trip time. I wanted to measure the performance.now start and end times to do things, but I couldn't because Cloudflare doesn't let me call performance.now. Yeah. So I did round trip time really quick on my machine, I assume that would benefit Cloudflare more because their node would theoretically be faster and closer to me because of how edge networks work. Oh, look at that. As Theo notes, Cloudflare does not permit an application to measure its own CPU time in order to prevent side channel attacks. Yep, I literally couldn't do better. I could have spun up a server and like SSH'd in and do it there, but too much work, too little time. Actual CPU time can be seen in logs after the fact, but gathering those is a lot of work. It's absurd, and I tried and it just wasn't worth it. However, as Cloudflare and Vercel are hosted from different data centers, the network latency to each can be a factor in the benchmark, and that can skew the results. Typically, this effect will favor Cloudflare because Cloudflare can run your worker in locations spread across 330 cities worldwide and will tend to choose the closest one to you. As I said, Vercel, on the other hand, usually places compute in a central location, so latency will vary depending on your distance from said location. From our own testing to minimize this effect, we ran the benchmark client from a VM on AWS located in the same data center as our Vercel instances. Since Cloudflare is well connected to every AWS location, we think this should have eliminated network latency from the picture. We chose AWS's US East 1, which is Vercel's IAD1 region, for our tests as it is widely seen as the default choice. Any other choice could draw questions about cherry picking. Yep. I like West 2, but East 1 is the reasonable choice. It's also worth noting that not all CPUs are equal, and Cloudflare servers aren't all identical. Although we refresh them aggressively, there will always be multiple generations of hardware in production at any particular time. Currently, these are generations 10, 11, and 12 of our server hardware. I know way too much about this because of other issues I've had and conversations I've had with them about the cold start things, as well as the thing I talked about at the beginning where it would route your traffic to the wrong place. They're fixing it all now, but yeah, the way that they encode routing based on generations had a lot of weird edge cases in it before. Yeah. Other clouds are no different, and no cloud provider simply throws away all their old servers every time a new version becomes available. If you do, though, and you have some H100s around and you're willing to sell them cheap, I could have some fun with those. Newer CPUs, of course, run faster, even for single-threaded workloads. The differences are not as large as they used to be 20 to 30 years ago, but they are not nothing. As such, an app may get a little bit lucky or unlucky depending on what As such, an application may get a bit lucky or unlucky depending on what machine it's assigned to. In cloud environments, even identical CPUs can yield differences in performance depending on circumstances due to multi-tenancy. The server your app is assigned to is running many others as well. In Lambda, a server may be running hundreds of apps. In Cloudflare, with their ultra-efficient runtime, a server may be running thousands. These noisy neighbors won't share the same CPU core as your app, but they may share other resources like memory bandwidth. As a result, perf can vary. It's important to note these problems create correlated noise. That is, if you run the test again, the app is likely to remain assigned to the same machine as before. This is true of both Cloudflare and Vercel. So the noise cannot be corrected by simply running more iterations. To correct for this type of noise on Cloudflare, we'll need to initiate requests from a variety of geographic locations in order to hit different Cloudflare data centers and therefore different machines. But this is admittedly a lot of work. Yeah. This part I don't necessarily agree with. Actually, they rewrote this part from when I first read it. Cool. So when I was building this bench, let me switch over to here. So when I built this benchmark, I had to fight a lot of different little things when I was trying to get the Next.js Cloudflare version working right. It made me both appreciate Wrangler a lot more, but also gave me a deep disdain for OpenNext in its current state. Not that it's bad, just that there are annoying edges for something like it. Previously, I had removed this force dynamic when I ran it, because what this does is it forces the runtime to not serve cached content and actually regenerate the route on every request. And I had forgotten to put this in initially, ran it, got bad numbers, realized I'd forgotten this, put it in, and got comically worse numbers. So I chose to not leave it in because I just assumed it was a bug in OpenNext, and it appears it was. Yeah. I did do it in Vercel because the Vercel implementation worked as expected. Our understanding is that pages which are not dynamic should normally be rendered statically at build time. With OpenNext, however, it appears the pages are still rendered dynamically, but if multiple requests for the same page are received at the same time, OpenNext will only invoke the rendering once. This makes a lot more sense. Also explains a bit of that absurd range in response times. Before we made the changes to fix our scheduling algorithm to avoid sending too many requests to the same isolate, this behavior may have somewhat counteracted that problem. Theo reports that he had disabled Force Dynamic in the Cloudflare version specifically for this reason. With it on, our results were so bad as to appear outright broken, so he intentionally turned it off. Ironically, though, once we fixed the scheduling issue, using static rendering, like not enabling Force Dynamic, hurt Cloudflare's performance for other reasons. It seemed that when OpenNext renders a cacheable page, streaming of the response body is inhibited. That interacted poorly with a property of the benchmark client. It measured time to first byte rather than total request response time. I'll show you this mistake as well. Before I fixed it, this read the response body, I had it here. I just didn't put it in the right spot, so I was calculating the time after we got a response, not after the response was done. Dumb mistake on my part. Makes a difference, not as big as you would have expected. Yeah, as they said here, when it was running in dynamic mode, as the tests did on Vercel, the first byte would be returned to the client before the full page has been rendered. The rest of the rendering would happen as bytes streamed out. But with OpenNext in non-dynamic mode, the entire payload was rendered in a giant buffer up front before any bytes were returned to the client. It is worth noting that after I fixed this, the difference was real, but not as big as you would probably have expected. I was still seeing, after all these fixes were applied, about 2.1x better performance on Vercel than Cloudflare for Next. Everything else got a hell of a lot closer, though. Yeah. One option would be to change the benchmark to use time to last byte. Yeah, I agree. That's why I changed it. It should have been that the whole time. But this would make the benchmark more affected by network differences. The responses are quite large, between 2 megs and 15 megs, so results could vary depending on the bandwidth to the provider. Indeed, this would tend to favor Cloudflare, but at that point, since the point of the test is to measure CPU speed, not bandwidth, it'd be an unfair advantage. Once we changed the Cloudflare version of the test to use Force Dynamic as well, matching the Vercel version, the stream behavior then matched, making the requests fair. This means that neither version is actually measuring the cost of rendering the full page to HTML, but at least they're measuring the same thing now. Yep. Side note, the original behavior allowed us to spot that OpenNext has a couple of performance bottlenecks in its implementation with the composable cache it uses to deduplicate rendering requests. Kind of cool that my thing I left in because it was causing annoying performance issues resulted in such a deep dive. A React SSR config bug. The SSR benchmark contained a more basic configuration error. React inspects the environment variable node-env to decide whether the environment is production, or if it's a development environment. Many node-based environments, including Vercel, set this variable automatically in prod. Many frameworks like OpenNext automatically set it for workers in prod as well. However, my React SSR bench was written against lower-level React APIs not using any framework, so I didn't set this. That's a funny call-out that I also didn't know was a thing until now, because this is a new version of the post. But as I had mentioned before, I didn't want people to assume this was all Next. So I wrote my own from scratch Node.js, I wrote my own from scratch vanilla React server component solution where I render to string a main, h1, and then the complex component that I import. I didn't want to deal with JSX parsing, so I just did it as actual create element calls. But it's the exact same code otherwise. The render to string piece here is how React handles doing this generation. And what I didn't know is that it checks in React for this node environment to know which version to use. Workers should absolutely be setting this variable automatically for all deployed workers, particularly when node compatibility is enabled. We're looking into doing this in the future, but for now we've updated the test to set it directly. So what's left? Our improvements to the worker runtime are already live for workers, so you don't need to change anything. Many apps will already see faster and steadier tail latency on compute-heavy routes with less jitter during bursts. In places where garbage collection improved, some workloads will also use fewer build CPU seconds. I might have saved a lot of money for people here too, which is cool. We also sent a pull request, which I had already merged, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this had merged before this went out. We're far from done, though. We still have work to do to close the gap between OpenNext and Next on Vercel, but given the other benchmark results, it's clear we can get there. We also have plans for further improvements to our scheduling algorithm so that requests are almost never blocking each other. We will continue to improve V8 and even Node. The workers team employs multiple core contributors for each project. Our approach is simple. Improve open source infra so that everyone gets faster, then make sure our platform makes the most of these improvements. And obviously, we'll be writing more benchmarks to make sure we're catching these kinds of issues ourselves in the future. If you have a benchmark that shows workers being slower, send it to us with a repro. We'll profile it, fix what we can upstream, and share back what we learn. Very good stuff. So cool to know that my benchmark resulted in this absurd level of change. Huge shout out to the Cloudflare team, not just for like putting all the work in, but sharing all of the results of what they've done. This was a super cool breakdown. I enjoyed every minute of this. And maybe, just maybe, Cloudflare got a little more viable as a result of my shit posting. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Fun. That was a fun one. Cool. Throw that in here. I'm going to say Firefox is still an embarrassment. We need to find a way to make Zen work on Ladybird. Ladybird's the wrong place for Zen's effort. Appreciate you, Voxel. Thanks for the resub. We got Perkunas, I believe. Thank you for the 2 months of support. Appreciate that. Spec AV, legend. Always good to see you, man. 27 months in. William with the 9 months of Prime. Happy to be inspiring for people. I'm just here to talk shit. And this is Ahmood. This is Mahmood. Always good to see you, man. 6 months in now. Appreciate y'all a ton. Any good memes that I missed? Yeah, I got the good ones. Yeah, I think I did actually get everything I needed to from here. Oops. Cool. It's not an M5 Pro or Max. It's a base M5. Performance now getting the time before receiving the full data after my change here. It shouldn't be. If I await the whole thing, then this should fix it. Yo, Naman, good to see you, man. Oh, they have heard my complaints about the dashboard. Hope that those can get addressed in the near future as well. Don't apologize, gamer girl. Never apologize for being locked in. That's the whole point of all this. We're just here to shitpost and talk about the cool things we find during our lock-ins. Oh, the end constants before. I'm stupid. I am really dumb. Phase, sneak this in when I'm talking about this file for the like end stuff. Wanted to shout out chat for catching a dumb mistake I made. R5 Dan pointed out that I didn't calculate end time at the right spot, and it should be here, and I just did it wrong again. So let me get status. That is now fixed. I will eat the cost of rerunning again. Ow. Thank you, chat. As you now can tell, benchmarks are hard. Let me rerun this quick. Do I have this set on the... I have that rerunning now. Anyways. Yeah, I know they said that, but whatever. The ideal would be to just drop all of the calculated content and send a very small amount. Like I could change the benchmark to send less data and not send all the data as calculated, but I'm lazy. Okay. Thanks, Dan, for stopping by. Let me see how the bench is doing. I don't want to leak URLs because I don't want to redeploy them yet again. Okay, yeah, this change made Cloudflare perform much better on my end. Cool. I thought I disabled those ones. I'll go disable those in a bit. Yeah, they don't cost too much, thankfully. Oh shit, one of the engineers at Cloudflare that worked on this. Thanks for giving you a reason to nerd out and swarm around the runtime for a week. Spending a week profiling and collabing on fixes was a blast. Anytime, Sybil. I am pumped to haze a company into taking these things more seriously as a person who cares a lot about performance and really likes benchmarking. It's fun that like my obsession with benchmarks is resulting in real changes happening in the industry. I never would have predicted a day where I would make a silly little SSR bench and the result would be the internet gets faster. When I got to React Conf, one of the first people I ran into was Tomo from like the old React team, now works at Vercel. And he immediately like comes up, gives me a hug. And his first words to me are, "How does it feel that you made the internet 30% faster?" I was like, "Wait, what?" Oh, and then we chatted all about this, but it was so cool. I'll let you sneak in the Jira ticket mention once, Dogpaw. I have Jira as a banned word. No worries, it's funny. Cool. Time for our next topic. I'm still waiting on artificial analysis to drop. Yeah, I don't have it in here. I wish Anthropic would collaborate with more people. Use Axios and Prod. Lol. I only ban words that come up, and thankfully React Beautiful D&D does not. Yeah, I could do a whole rant about this comment. There are fundamental culture differences around how businesses handle being called out. Businesses like Cloudflare take the opportunity really, really well and do shit like all the stuff we just talked about here. Companies like Anthropic have to decide whether or not they want to blacklist me. There's a very big difference between the two and how they behave. And like, I'd put OpenAI more on the Cloudflare side here, for example. They like when we talk shit at them, especially when I do in like our private Slacks and shit. They love when I give them like harsh feedback, and they go out of their way to go try and fix it. Do I have Axios as a banned word? That's hilarious. All of them have bad customer service. That's just the nature of being a big business, sadly. Cloudflare is overhauling their sales to make all features accessible without having to talk to sales, which is huge. I'm very excited about that. It's one of the things that Dane's working hardest on right now. Real talk, it's been kind of funny how much Tori just disappeared. Oh shit. Very curious what results you find, Mahmood. Share with me in DMs on Twitter later. Which of these three do we want to do next? I'm waiting on Haiku for artificial analysis to drop more. Tori's like the ultimate like spec sheet technology that isn't actually meaningfully better for most use cases. I also think it's a bit it feels similar to Flutter, where it feels like it's built out of hatred for another thing through a misunderstanding of the other thing. I know Rucode does this. I really need to like play with the orchestrator layer things. Okay, I think we're ready to do this. Yeah, I'm very excited for the new Firefox version. At least Flutter's all in one language. Fair point. Get Butler uses Tori? Did not know that. That's like the only thing I know of that uses it. That's like actually installed on developer machines. I am very familiar with Compose multi-platform. I don't like it as an instruction on iOS, but I like what's going on in like the Jetpack and Kotlin ecosystem as a whole. Okay, this is actually useful to me because I hate the Elgato software. You're getting a star immediately. Thank you. That is a very useful link. Thank you, Furman, for the sub as well. Let's get started with Vite Plus. Let's do it. I think we can all agree that Vite is pretty cool. It kind of revolutionized the build tooling chain and finally helped us break from the shackles of word. I want a better wording for this point. I think we can all agree that Vite's a pretty great piece of software. It's fundamentally changed how a lot of frameworks and tools are built in the JavaScript ecosystem, and it's made our experience as developers significantly better, whether or not you're using it directly. Do you know what's even cooler than Vite, though? Vite Plus, the unified toolchain for the web. This is going to be great, right? They're just going to take Vite and make it better. Free open source into... license and pricing. Vite Plus will be source available and offers a generous free tier. It'll be free for open source, non-commercial use. It'll have a flat fee for startups, and enterprises will have to do a custom deal. Interesting. So what are we getting for the money that we're spending? Getting everything we love about Vite plus everything we've been duct taping together. Combines Vite, Vitest, and OXC. They have this one diagram that I memed on a bit on Twitter. I don't really know what this is meant to show. But that all said, I know I'm being a little negative here. I actually have a lot of hope for Vite Plus. I think in many ways, this is a good direction for the ecosystem to be moving in as a way for a project as important and essential as Vite and the ecosystem around it to be properly funded and supported. And now that Void Zero, the company that makes Vite and OXC and all of these other tools, is VC backed and has raised money as a startup that Evan Yu is CEO of, it's now important for them to figure out what to do with all this. How do you make money off of the important work they've done in the centralization on Vite as an ecosystem? I'm also amused they didn't nerf this weird download spike that happens when people troll on NPM. Funny little looking chart. You get the idea, though. I am excited to break down what Vite Plus is, where the Vite and Void team is going, and how this will benefit us, not just as individual developers, but ideally as an ecosystem. Yeah. That all said, I don't charge for videos. That all said, I don't charge you guys for videos. I charge companies. So let's hear from one of them really quick. Cool. I haven't watched the talk yet. We can watch some of this.
And how Vite is evolving beyond a build tool, right? I think many of you have heard many talks yesterday, and there will be many more talks today about what's going on in the ecosystem. So this talk is mostly going to be focusing on Vite itself, and in particular, the things we've been working at Void Zero on how to sort of, A, change Vite from the inside out, and 2, expand Vite into something that is more than a build tool, or tens of thousands of modules during development. And the bottleneck is not in Vite, actually. The bottleneck is in the browser, where it just cannot handle this many requests in parallel. Right? Every request comes with the overhead of handshakes, TCP protocol processing, and then cookies, headers, blah, blah, blah. So it quickly adds up. And there's also parallelization limitations on the server that's actually serving those modules. So with these factors combined, it's actually out of Vite's control to optimize the initial page load speed when you simply have too many modules in unbundled mode. So full bundle mode is a new mode that we have been working on, which leverages Throwdown to actually bundle your code the same way as you would in prod. But we had to actually invent a new hot module replacement format because Throwdown outputs ESM, and we do not want to use different output formats between your production format and your development format because the consistency is important. If you've looked into how hot module replacement works, Webpack actually uses a custom format to be able to do hot module replacement. So we kind of have to come up with a whole new hot module replacement mechanism with Throwdown's output format. 6 million weekly downloads, Vitest at 16.5, Throwdown at 1.7. XC, this is combining the individual. If you think about can be combined into something that's what is the thing that we set out to do, right? So the Voice Zero company was the slogan that we created a company with was we want to do unified toolchain for the web, right? If you think about JavaScript tooling, if you talk to say a Rust developer or a Laravel developer or a Rails developer, they would make fun of JS ecosystem. They would say, you need to download like 5,000 npm dependencies just to be able to get Hello World working, right? And that's something that I personally have always also felt kind of guilty about. Like when I built Vue CLI, we had like hundreds of npm dependencies, and like how slow it installed is what drove me to work on Vite in the first place, right? So my personal desire has always been to simplify things so that we can spend less time messing around with just preparing to actually do the work. We want to actually do the work instead of preparing to do the work. So the unified toolchain is designed to do that, and we're calling it Vite Plus. So what Vite Plus does is it's a unified layer that's leveraging all these open source pieces that we've been.
Okay, this sounds like the part that we want to cut from the talk. So what Vite Plus does. Vite Plus is an interesting project. I grabbed the announcement post. I've been talking with the team a bunch, but I'd rather just let Evan say it in his own words what Vite Plus is.
It Vite Plus. So what Vite Plus does is it's a unified layer that's leveraging all these open source pieces that we've been building. And
I should not have it at high speed for that part. I just remember it'll make the edit much easier.
The unified toolchain is designed to do that, and we're calling it Vite Plus. So what Vite Plus does is it's a unified layer that's leveraging all these open source pieces that we've been building. And imagine Vite, but more powerful. In addition to dev and build, we now also have Vite linked, powered by OX linked, Vite format, powered by OX format, Vite test, powered by Vite test, Vite lib, powered by TS down, Vite new, that's scaffolding and code generation, or also code mods, or adding additional things that you can customize. Vite run is a monorepo task runner and cache system, similar to turborepo/nx. Vite install, currently, we are not building our own package manager. We do recommend you use PnPM, but Vite install is essentially a replacement for Corepack/Anthony's NI package. So when you run Vite install,
if you're not familiar with NI, by the way, it will use whatever the right package manager is for the project you're in. So if you do like NI install in something using PnPM, it'll use PnPM. If you use it in something that's using Bun, it'll use Bun, NPM, Yarn, etc. It was built during that era where everybody was changing package managers all the time to make it easier to hop between them.
You probably know Corepack is being removed in Node.js 26, right? So Vite install is just a convenience method for you to
I'm still so mad about the Corepack thing.
Say, okay, if I have the package manager field in my package JSON, then just use this specific version, and we will just make sure the right package manager is used. And there's Vite UI. That's the GUI DevTools that Anthony has been, talking about yesterday. So
I have not taken a look at the GUI DevTools. I'm a little skeptical. I find that every time someone tries to make like a dev tool or like a package adjacent thing as a UI, that it gets poorly supported and falls apart over time. Especially in other ecosystems I've seen this. Like I've seen failed attempts in Rails. I've seen failed attempts in Laravel. Just let me use my CLI, man. I am curious about Antfu's talk though, because I do trust Anthony a lot. He's really, really good. We'll take a look at the demo in a bit, but I want to read through the announcement post and give my thoughts. Announcing Vite Plus, a unified toolchain for JavaScript. So what is Vite Plus? It's a command line developer tool you can install from NPM just like Vite itself. It's a drop-in upgrade to Vite with additional features. Imagine that in addition to Vite Dev and Vite Build, you can now also run Vite New for scaffolding new projects. We can already do create Vite. Interesting. I like the idea of you can use it for making a sub package easily with monorepos. Good monorepo support is hellish, and I've been trying to bully the Bun guys into doing this better. The response from them has pretty much been, I don't feel like I know enough about how monorepos and TypeScript work and what people need to do this right. The Vite guys know this very well. I am very excited to see what they cook there overall, but to be determined. I feel so burnt on Turbo Repo and NX and Lerna and all of the attempts we've had in the ecosystem that it sucks. Because monorepos should be really good, but due to tooling, they aren't. Speaking of things that should be good but weren't due to the tooling that now are kind of okay, Vitest has become huge. It provides a JS-compatible API, works out of the box with your main app, and it includes comprehensive features like browser mode, sharding, visual regression testing, and more. This is all part of Vitest, which is built on top of Vitest. So now in our ecosystem, oops, buttons. I'm sorry, I have to make a joke about this. I now know of and will probably use software named I now know of things in the web dev world named Vitesse. Let me get this right. Sorry, I just need to. Fucking hell, I'm getting increasingly annoyed with things in this software. Cool. I now know of a software named Vitesse, which is for MySQL sharding. Vitesse with an E at the end, which is a static site template that, if I recall, is for Vue and Vite. There's Vitest, which is a test framework for Vite that works in other tools as well. And now Vite Test. Vite plus integration of Vitest. We have Vitest, Vitest, and Vite Test. How do we get here? I'm sorry. I had to make the joke. They're also doing Vite lint, which lets you lint code using OXLint, which already has 600 ES-compatible rules and is up to 100 times faster than ESLint. It also has type-aware linting, which is a very annoying problem to solve. Very excited for that to integrate with TypeScript Go and be super, super fast. It also has plugins written in JS with an ESLint-compatible API. Very fun. I talked about this a bit, but I'm very excited for a future with static Hermes from the JavaScript. I've talked about this a bit before, but I'm really excited for static Hermes to get a little further along so you can compile things like a ESLint JavaScript plugin to native code and then integrate it with OXLint written in Rust to have much better performance overall. There's also Vite Format, which will let you format your code using aux format, which is apparently coming out soon. It's their equivalent of Prettier. It's 99% plus Prettier compat while offering more control and flexibility. I don't need more control and flexibility from Prettier. If you look at the Prettier configs in most of my projects, you'll understand why I say that. Let's look at T3 chat quick. Make sure I'm not leaking things. Oh, we actually have a bit more configured here than I would have thought. Some of my team really likes sort imports. Julius. I don't care about that. There's import order parser plugin for doing the import order stuff. But other than that, it's basically just Prettier plugin Tailwind and the custom Tailwind functions for it. Otherwise, I don't really configure my Prettier RC. I like that I don't have to have an opinion on my formatting anymore. Ooh, apparently OXLint's already using TSGo. Nice. Yeah, they have TSGo lint that they're working on, which uses the TypeScript Go code. 20 to 40 times faster than ESLint plus TypeScript ESLint. Very exciting. I will absolutely be using TSGo lint and OXLint when it makes sense to. Oh, how the Vite have fallen is a very good reply. They're also doing vlib, which helps you bundle libraries with best practices baked in. I am so excited for a serious attempt at this. TS up was way more essential than it should have been, and I would imagine even Egoist here agrees. I love this guy. He's great. He's actually building one of the biggest T3 chat competitors, funny enough, with Chatwise. Love this dude. Also, his handle, localhost5173, Veet reference. He gets it. I've donated to him, and I earned my thanks here, which I'm very proud of. If you're not familiar with what he did with TS up, he combined ES build with a little bit of config, so it's way easier to take a TypeScript file or code base and turn it into an npm package that you can put in other projects. It was the first attempt to like really streamline a modern TypeScript code base's ability to turn into a package. And there's so many little things like to get the type definitions right, to get the output files right. Not fun. And he did a lot of the work for it because he liked making a lot of packages. This got relatively popular, but was not something he thought like should be this big standard. He just built it because he needed it. And then it went way more popular than he expected. Didn't want to keep maintaining it. So the crew over at Void Zero started TS down, similar to rollup and roll down, where rollup was the JavaScript bundler and roll down is them rewriting it in Rust. TS down is a similar project where they're trying to rewrite TS up in Rust. To be fair, TS up was using ES build, which is in Go, so it was really fast. But the goal with TS down is to have the whole tool chain in one language. TypeScript. I thought it was in Rust. What the fuck? Is this just a TypeScript wrapper around roll down? Is that all it is? Okay, so this is literally the same thing as TS up with ES build. This is with roll down. That is hilarious. Okay. And I know roll down's not just a roll up Rust port. I know you guys are doing a lot more. Sorry, Alex. You could have named it better if it was more than that. You could have named it roll down plus. Naming's hard. Consult me next time if you're struggling. They also have Veet Run, which is similar to like Turbo Repo's runner for managing a large repo so that you can run the right set of things in parallel, like your backend and your front end, like the bundler for your component library and the UI, the different pieces. They also have intelligent caching, which is a really useful feature that they could hypothetically charge money for. I'm not sure how much money people are actually spending on Turbo Repo caching. They've saved an ungodly amount of hours due to how Turbo Repo works with that shared cache. It is cool, but I don't know how valuable that is in terms of like money. Apparently, it saved Descript $20,000 by cutting their build times so much. And there's VUI, which is the GUI dev tools offering insights into module resolution, transform behaviors, bundle size, tree shaking, integration with framework-specific dev tools. I can't help myself. I want to see a bit of this. It's who I am as a person.
Hello,
Let's
everyone.
take a brief look.
Good morning. And I'm like, I don't know how to express my feeling. It's just like, it's like we have been doing VidConf for so long, but like this is the first time we do it in person. So I'm so happy to see your face here. I'm so happy to be here and to do the sharing with you. And in case you don't recognize me because I cut my hair, my name is Anthony Fu, and I'm a coding member of. And so why we are building tools for using tools? Yes, utilities on demand based on the code base to what. So then with the dev tool, you can interact with them, you can rerun the test, and it's the relationship of the new your packages, like why your node module is so big. And
okay, I'm giving a brief skim of these tools, and there's a lot here. They have CSS inspectors. They have plugin inspectors to see like what files build into what outputs and like how much space is being saved. Or like here, the styles are getting bloated because during build, it's pulling in plugins that bloat the style size. I like the before and after here. I don't necessarily like this method of showing all of it because once you have enough files, this is going to become impossibly large. Like, can you search through it? Sure, but I like the overview style for these types of things, like Webpack Bundle Analyzer. I have cited this a bunch and I use it all the time. It's a plugin in Webpack. There's an equivalent in Rollup. That is what you would use if you were using Vite right now. That lets you see what is taking up how much of space in your production bundles. Super, super useful tool. There's also, according to Alex here, thank you for showing up here and helping out. There's chunk relationships, insights and transforms, performance charts, etc. This is Vite plugin inspect. It'll show a nicer view. It's in a few slides. This ESLint config inspect, that feels a little unnecessary, but the node module inspector is what I'm interested in.
I don't know if it's only me or something, but have you ever been curious about like what things actually inside the black hole? So, and I was so I made this node module inspector. So I want to see what's the dirty things inside the black hole. So this will shows you the full graph of the relationship of all the packages inside your node modules. So you can play with it. You can see why your package is like why your node module is so big. And
I will give you all the early warning. Never run this on React Native. You can run on React all you want. It has like 2 depths, but React Native, if you run this on it, either your computer will crash or you will from the heart attack that you will have.
I recommend you to try this too when you have a good moon because it'll make your moon bad. So, but it's definitely useful to know.
That was a good joke. Don't use this when you are feeling good because it'll make you feel bad. Real.
Know what you actually have and probably do some action with it. Okay. And then you can also, like with this node module inspector, you can also see how each package is contributing to node module by size and side by side, something like.
Okay, this is cool for like the node modules that I'm installing when I run Vite install. But what this isn't helping me with is the actual bundle outputs, which is what I care about. So with like Webpack Bundle Analyzer, these are the JS files that you're loading into the browser. It's like framework dash, whatever the hash is, polyfill, whatever the hash is, app hash. And then we have some other small pieces that are only loaded on certain routes, usually is what these like fully hashed files are for. But these are the files the user gets, which is when I care about the bloat. I don't necessarily care how much like modules are being downloaded by my devs when they run install for the first time. I care a lot more about the bundles that my users are getting. Okay. They do have a bundle file list, but do they have that really cool view for it though? Because that's what I liked was the view showing me the way that the bundle was split. Okay, there is a graph button. But what I want is this super nice inspector view for the bundles. So apparently that does exist. Oops, wrong button. So apparently that does exist, but it isn't in the slides, sadly. Good to know, though. It's in the slides?
I often doing out. It's also like really you can see and shows tell you like optimize as but then
okay, is it this?
It shows have a very slow usage.
Okay, here we are. Found it.
So in VDevTools, we're going to visualize the presentation of the size of the dependency based on your real usage, based on your real tree shakings. Yeah. And that said, I want to mention that we have all these cool things visualized, but VDevTools is not only about internal data visualization. So if you think about the UI we just talked about, you find that we might not often need them as the regular developers. I think this mostly for plugin authors or like meta framework builders. They may want to know the internals. So it could be a little bit too advanced for our daily development. So this actually totally makes sense because Vite is designed to be framework agnostic. Agnostic means that we don't know about the framework you use, and we shouldn't know. And it gives Vite great flexibility and extendability to be the infrastructure of modern frameworks, but it also makes it hard for Vite to present interesting information that's more closer to the app, to the Vite user, to the app you are building, and to know the state of your framework, of your React state, or how many times you have been rendered for the components, etc. So if you know, if you look at the graph at the right, so imagine that each circles represent a specific framework or integrations.
This is too long a visualizer, but I like the idea of Vite being the center point that allows for all of these other tools to get better visualization. Like it'll work with NuxDev tools. You can bring your own things in. Very exciting stuff. And if anyone other than AntFu was working on this, I'd be way more skeptical because normally I'm just not fond of these attempts to do like a visual tool chain. So you have to maintain so much shit. But the fact that it's AntFu, the fact that he's finally being paid a full-time salary to work on things like this, and that this is his job, makes me much more excited that this might actually become useful. Fingers crossed. I'm hopeful. We shall see. Check out his talk and Evan's talk on the ViteConf channel if you want to see more in depth on that. Back to where we were. All of these components work seamlessly together out of the box without the need for complex config or compatibility plugging. All these commands work seamlessly together out of the box without the need for complex config or compatibility plumbing. Vite Plus inherits Vite's thriving ecosystem, so it's compatible with mainstream frameworks like React and Vue, but also full-stack meta frameworks like TanStack Start and SvelteKit. Because each command is built on or compatible with widely adopted tools, adopting Vite Plus doesn't require massive refactoring if you're already using those tools. The entire suite of commands is built on a shared foundation to ensure cohesion and consistency. We've implemented the full compiler toolchain in Rust, from the parser to the resolver, transformer, minifier, and bundler, with obsessive performance tuning at every level. All of this infra is open source and already widely adopted by companies like Framer, Linear, Atlassian, Shopify, and more. Utilities such as parse and transformer utilities like parse and transformer are also exported from Vite Plus as APIs to support custom tooling. Okay. We'll take a look at the demo in a bit, maybe. Phase, if we keep the demo in, leave this part. If we don't, trim it. You can watch the demo from Evan's talk at ViteConf to get a sneak peek of Vite Plus in action. That'll be fun. We'll check it in a little bit. So what's the problem that Vite Plus is trying to solve? The JS ecosystem has seen its fair share of fragmentation and churn over the years. As a language originally designed in 10 days, no one could have imagined that we'd be building apps of today's scale and complexity with JS. Tooling complexity and performance have become real bottlenecks for companies facing ever larger web projects but limited internal tooling resources. These bottlenecks are more severe for companies with multiple teams, each using their own unique tooling choices. Tasks like dependency management or security reviews must be handled separately for each team. Dependency combinations drift out of sync between projects and get harder and harder to reconcile over time. If teams or projects are merged, then developer time must be paid to migrate tools or end up with a convoluted Frankenstein tool stack. With Vite Plus, we aim to offer a unified solution for JS tooling, so teams facing these challenges can focus on shipping products instead of wasting time evaluating, bike shedding, configuring, and debugging their tool stack. We'll talk about the licensing part in a sec. I want to go on a bit of a rant. So, a question I'm thinking about constantly as I go over all of this is, why now? Why is right now the time where we're finally going to unify the tool chain in JavaScript? There's a couple layers to this. I'm going to start with a weird way of thinking. Given two languages and pretending no others exist, JS and Rust, why would you pick one over the other? Well, JS runs in the browser, but Rust does over WASM. Rust is better at file I/O and management, but JS's concurrency helps a lot. I just don't think it's as simple as like one for one reason, the other for the other reason. But a more general spectrum is how I tend to think of it. Where does the thing you're building fall? And what stuff does it interface with? How often is it being used? How much does performance affect it? Is it worth dealing with memory management or not? All of these details are worth considering when you make decisions. But one of the biggest ones by far is flexibility. Even huge Rust fanboys, or I guess ex-Rust fanboys like Primogen, will admit that when you're trying to make a flexible code base, you're trying to make changes to a code base and like the project's goals change. If you built it in Rust, you're in for a rough time and you might be better off just rewriting. You build it in JS, for the most part, whatever. Obviously, having to make significant architectural changes always sucks no matter what, but some languages are more flexible with those types of things than others. In an ecosystem where things are changing constantly, like in JavaScript, the flexibility is really nice. But it's kind of hard to like do the chicken and egg here because on one hand, JS is able to be so flexible and have all of this churn and have all of this improvement and all of these changes because the language is flexible enough to allow it. But on the other hand, once things have gotten pretty good, the continued change and churn could be argued to not actually be great for the ecosystem and is more a result of that flexibility. The flexibility enables JavaScript to be much more, the flexibility allows for JavaScript to have more innovation, more changes, more improvements going on in the ecosystem. But on the other side, it kind of encourages a level of churn that might not be ideal once you hit a certain point in quality. It also has a lower barrier for entry, and since we're all writing JavaScript anyways, if our tools are in JavaScript, we can contribute to them. I have made changes to things like Vite because even I've been able to file pull requests to Vite, changing things like how the URL parsing and mapping third time's charm. Even I've been able to make changes to Vite. I know I'm a dumb JS soy boy, and that tool's too important for me to touch, but they were doing some weird things with URL parsing back in the day, and I was upset, and I filed PRs to fix it. There are real value adds that come from your tooling being in the same language as the tool is for. So if you're writing a tool for JavaScript, doing it in JavaScript is really valuable because now people who are using the tool are more likely to know enough to make changes. And as you shift down this spectrum from JS to Rust, the likelihood that a random person can contribute goes down. But it also means that the performance you get can and probably will be significantly higher. But that also means you have to be more careful about who is contributing and what they're contributing because you have to pay more attention to those details to get it right. And now I'm going to make the kind of crazy argument. As you choose to have your project take less contributions, as you choose to own it individually or independently as a team or company, and you're careful about who is working on this, and it's a small set of people who are paid real money to work on it, the ability for external people to contribute matters less and less. Like, it matters more that someone can contribute to your docs than to your parser in a product like Rolldown. Because if I have some problem that I ran into because the docs were wrong, I should be able to go and file a pull request fixing the docs. But I run into a problem because the parser didn't work how I expected it to. That should probably be an issue that the team then goes and fixes. As such, the choice to do a lot of this tooling in Rust makes a ton of sense because it lets them get the ultimate performance, and they don't want a lot of external contributions in the same way they might have before with Vite. Vite could not have gotten where it is today if it wasn't for the fact that it was open source, written in JavaScript, and allowed for everyone to contribute, adopt, and build into and around it. On the other hand, Vite Plus is very interesting because Vite Plus will not have that level of community contribution. There's a lot of layers to why, but the big thing I think we should all just acknowledge is that your time as a free contributor probably isn't best spent in a project that is making money off your contributions with you not having any ability to redistribute it or use it without paying for it. Like if I am at a company using Vite Plus and I contribute a change that makes it better, and then we decide we want to cut spending, or some higher up decides I want to cut spending and cut out the Vite Plus spend, there is code I wrote that I was paid money to write for my company that I've lost access to because we're not paying the license for that change or for that tool. And that's scary. This happened to a lot of businesses and a lot of companies that are doing these source available licenses where the incentive for contribution goes to not zero, but very close to it. There's a lot less reason for developers to contribute to code that they have to pay to use in the first place. At the same time, there is less willingness to contribute when it's in Rust. If we think about this with like two specific tools, like ESLint versus OXLint, ESLint could be argued as easy to contribute, community funded, and fully OSS. Any contribution can hurt perf. We'll always have a perf ceiling, and that ceiling is going to be not great. In comparison, something like OXLint, hard to contribute, funded by a private co, void zero. Strict performance culture, so they don't let anything merge if it will potentially hurt the perf at all. Well-paid team of obsessed perf people. The harsh reality is that in order for this to exist, community contribution isn't enough. Random devs aren't willing to donate money to projects. The fact that earlier when I went to Egoist's profile, that one of his top supporters is me as an independent YouTuber that recognized his work, and there are about 35 or so of us total for a project that was essential for how like half or more TypeScript packages were bundled at the time, is kind of crazy if you think about it. That a dev as important as Egoist that is building this for so many people has 30-something supporters sponsoring him for his work. That's not enough to like pay rent, much less fund a team of really talented developers to work on a thing. And ESLint relies almost exclusively on contributions from external people, volunteers, and a tiny bit of sponsor money. How do I want to put this point? It's also worth thinking about this in terms of how much effort does it take for a given thing to be built. For ESLint, a lot of time had to be spent figuring out how this should work, what people want, what they'll do with it, and what like the final result will be. But the actual implementation work, while not fun, is not too bad. Whereas with OXLint, a lot of those initial, like, how do we want to use this? How are developers going to consume this? What types of plugins do people want? All of that has already been figured out over a decade plus of ESLint iteration. God, I can't even imagine if we were doing this back in the day where we had a separate TSLint from ESLint, how miserable it would be, because eventually TSLint got merged into ESLint as a set of plugins. But all of this churn, all of this change, all of this stuff has been figured out by a large open source community of contributors. And OXLint gets to skip a lot of that stuff, thereby making it viable to do this in Rust because the flexibility is less necessary. But now they need support and funding, which they have some of, and there are still people volunteering working for free on OXLint because they care a lot about it. But a handful of them are now employees of Void Zero and are being paid full-time salaries to figure this all out. Changing this because not all of them are paid, but I wanted to make sure that's called out because there are people on OXLint that are paid full-time to work on the OXC and OXLint ecosystem to make a fast Rust-based alternative to the chaos that is where ESLint has gotten. Thank you to NCE for the gift bomb. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Trying to find a more simple way to put the contrast I'm trying to draw here. The thing I'm thinking here that I'm trying to communicate is the idea that this flexibility allowed for the need to grow and be better understood. And if we had started with something like this, the likelihood we got as far as we are today would have been near zero. But even today, just going out and doing this is barely worth it, because rewriting anything in Rust is expensive, especially in an ecosystem where the majority of people in it don't know Rust. They just know JavaScript. Like if Vite was originally written in Rust, I would never have contributed those URL fixes. It might have just sat there and been broken forever. Since it was in JavaScript, I could do it. And now a spec and a set of needs can form over time that is represented well by the Vite API. Now rewriting those parts makes more sense. ESLint was absolutely an example of that, where it took decades to get everything figured out just right. And it's now figured out enough that the churn has gone down, and rewriting in Rust and building an alternative in Rust makes sense. But we still have other problems. So the what does it do problem has been solved. But the who contributes and who pays problems are less so. Because what does it do? Figured out by ESLint. Who contributes? For ESLint, it's the community of JS devs. For OXLint, it can't be because it's in Rust. So that means we need a different set of devs for it. But then who pays? Well, if we're being frank right now, it's VCs who are paying. A bunch of venture capitalists have invested money into Void Zero and into Evan Yu's company, and that money is being used to pay some of these people to do it. But VCs aren't investing out of the kindness of their heart, no matter what they say. VCs are investing because they hope to make a return. So how can you possibly make enough money off of tools like OXLint? So how can you possibly make enough money off of a tool like OXLint to justify VC money being raised and invested? Because you don't just want to make back, like let's say the devs on it are being paid $300K a year. If that's the cost, making $400K a year is not going to make those VCs happy, because they're expecting a 100x return. They're expecting the costs to be very small relative to the income eventually in the future. That's a hard and expensive thing to figure out. So now the question is, where do you get that money? How do you charge people for it? Because if you make it closed source, that's not going to work. No one wants to use closed source software at the very least. Is there a balance that we can find here where OXLint is open, not necessarily so people will contribute, but so people can trust, fork, and rely on it? But at the same time, there is a higher value prop that is allowing them to make money so they can justify the investment into it. And that is what this licensing section is for at the end of this announcement. Sustainability has always been a challenge for open source dev tooling. Our goal of Vite Plus is to capture a portion of the value that it creates at scale for larger orgs and reinvest it into the open source projects that power Vite Plus. To ensure wider community benefits as well, Vite Plus will be free for individuals, open source projects, and small businesses. We plan to offer a flat annual licensing price for startups and custom pricing for enterprises. Though Vite Plus will be commercially licensed, it will be source available. Exact tier thresholds and licensing details will be announced closer to the public launch. We understand that commercialization on top of open source can raise concerns with the community. Throughout our years of open source work, we know the balance is delicate and built on trust. We are committed to pursuing a commercialization path that serves the best interests of both our open source software and commercial users. It is important to emphasize that Vite Plus is a separate additive layer built on top of open source projects that we maintain. All existing projects, Vite, Vitest, Rolldown, and OXC, will remain open source under MIT forever. Since Vite Plus relies on these open source tools, improving Vite Plus requires improving them as well. You're welcome to hold us accountable to that commitment. Yeah. So OXLint will stay open source. Things like it will stay open source. The other parts especially the ones that are new here, are a little bit more questionable. So like, will the UI stuff be open source and like MIT licensed? Will the monorepo stuff be open source and MIT licensed? Probably not for these two. For the rest, they're built on the other things, so the other things underneath will still be. But this now raises a more important question. Will anyone actually buy this? My gut feel right now is no. There has not been a good record for attempts to do this type of thing. Closed to open tends to go really well in the web dev and general software development world. Like when the server solutions we had back when we had Unix as our only server solution, Linux was able to appear and very quickly take over the market as the free and open alternative. What was the shitty thing that Linus used instead of Git before moving? It wasn't Bitwarden, it was something else. What was the alternative to GitHub? Bitkeeper, yeah. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Back in the day, Linus managed his source code with Bitkeeper, and then when he got into licensing issues with it, he created Git, which almost immediately became the industry standard. Minimal code editors like Sublime Text were all the rage when I got into software development, and now VS Code has almost entirely won the space. Generally speaking, at least from the time I have lived in software, there isn't really a pendulum between open and closed, like there are pendulums between flexibility and optimization, or pendulums between client and server. Like there's a lot of things where we swing back and forth in the developer world, but for the most part, we swing towards the open source solution, and the industry trends towards that, especially when it comes to the things that we're integrating into our code bases and projects. I can't even remember the last time I installed a package that was proprietary enough to like require a custom license. Like we've done it in the past, but it's been a bit. And that's the hard problem here. We have gotten so used to these tools and this ecosystem and all the things we consume in the web dev world being fully open source that we've largely just expected that for a while now. And will Vite Plus provide enough immediate value for us to justify its adoption? I find that when you're doing that type of thing, like the closed source option in a largely open space, you have to bring a ton of value. One example that just came up in chat was AG Grid. AG Grid is a really, really good solution for adding complex grid and visualization components to your applications. They've sponsored me in the past. I don't think we have a deal right now, but they were one of the first to reach out when we did the sponsor stuff. AG Grid is awesome. They not only have a really good free-to-use solution for every major framework for handling complex data grids, they let you use it for free for the most part. But when you want the fancy plugins, customization, a lot of the advanced filtering, and the things that make it exceptionally good, you can buy an enterprise license or a bundle with a couple other things as well. They also contribute actively to open source solutions too. I don't know if they'll say on the homepage, but they donated a bunch of money to Tanner to help fund TanStack Table, which is an open source alternative to AG Grid. So if you want to use that, you can. But if you want the actual best and best performing solution for whatever you use, AG Grid is the best solution. So why am I bringing this up? Other than the fact that like they charge money for it and they make quite a bit of money for it. It's so apparent as soon as you show up here what you're getting for your money. It's an immediate well, yeah, I need this right now. If you're building a table in your application, or you've already built a table in your application, not having to deal with it anymore and just using AG Grid will save you so much time and money, it makes no sense to not. It's one big obvious thing. AG Grid is the best way to put a high performance, filterable, customizable table in your app. What's the equivalent pitch for that for Vite Plus? This is why I'm hesitant. I don't know how I can pitch Vite Plus. I think about this a lot because I do a lot of sponsors. I've worked with like 80 plus companies at this point. So I need a way to explain why you should use this thing in 1 to 3 sentences that I could say at lunch or dinner with a friend. And I don't know what those would be for Vite Plus. Because it's like, yeah, Vite Plus, it does everything for your web tool chain. What does that mean? It's like Vite and has all of Vite's features, so like dev and build. It has Vitest built in. It has a monorepo tool, kind of like Turbo Repo. Has caching for that. It has a UI for showing all of the stuff going on in your dev tools. But like you have to list so many things for it to be valuable. And that makes it really hard to sell. The easiest products to sell are the ones that have an obvious apparent value. So one of my other sponsors, CodeRabbit, I think is a really good example of this. AI reviews your code, cutting your review times significantly. Easy pitch. I don't think adding AI magically makes the pitch better, to be clear, Alex. But the point I'm trying to make here is like, it should be easy for me to explain to a coworker what the value of this thing is. And the value of like the product and the value with something like CodeRabbit is easy. The product, AI code review. The value, review times cut in half. Vite Plus, the product, unified toolchain. The value, things are easier to set up, I guess, hopefully. It's really hard to pitch this one. But as was said in chat earlier, if any one of these values is done properly, it can be worth it. Where was Cooper here? Yeah. If Vite Plus provides good monorepo experience for Nest, like Vitest plus libs plus caching, I'll probably bully our org into buying it. This is the key. It needs to provide a big enough immediate value that is clear enough and exciting enough to the devs that they will adopt it and pay for it. Because with most tools, you have to think about like, when does a tool get adopted? With CodeRabbit, you can adopt it at basically any point in the history of your company. You can adopt it as a solo dev just getting started. You can adopt it as a huge team on one project. There's a lot of places where the adoption story can happen. With Vite Plus, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Like, can I use this as an alternative CLI for scaffolding projects? Sure. If I'm using it for free as an independent dev and I start working on a thing with it, is the expectation that once we get big enough that I have multiple employees and customers, that I then have to graduate into paying for it? Is it that I expect to start for free independently, get big enough, then pay? Or is it that I'm already a big company that's making money and I'm having these problems and it solves those problems, so I adopt it then? The like, when do I adopt problem feels very big for this product. I don't know when I would adopt Vite Plus right now. Like, at what point in my journey do I make the move? The hardest part here is that when you make a product that's useful, or the hardest part here is when you make a new thing, the initial adopters are the people who like trying new things. And those adopters aren't people who spend money. They are people who are trying the thing out for fun, seeing how it benefits them. Maybe they'll throw $20 at it if they're working on the side and they have some income. But it's very rare for people who are trying out these new things right when they drop to do it in a way that affects their businesses for a while, which means making money off them is really hard. So I am personally kind of skeptical of how adoption will look, because the pitch is really hard, both to understand and to make. The point of adoption is unclear. And the value prop compared to doing it yourself with the existing open source tools is not immediate and focused enough. And what it really needs to be valuable is less bullet points, less things being listed, and more immediate, obvious value with a specific thing or pain point that people experience. I don't know if web dev is too hard and has too many tools is a direct enough problem to solve in this way. I think monorepos suck, and if you're a big business with a lot of packages, managing it is terrible, is a real problem that can be solved. And if that's what they're going to focus on, cool. But I suspect this more general shotgun approach is going to really hurt the marketing and the ability to sell this product. I don't know. I could be entirely wrong. And it's one of those cases where I really want to be wrong. I would love for this to be successful because it won't just boost Void Zero and Vite really far into the future. It'll enable a new method for powerful, useful open source products to make actual money. But historically, we have not seen this method succeed. But I'm hopeful this time it will. I have my skepticism. I have my confusion around how you sell this product and how you get someone to adopt it in a way that they'll start paying money. But we will see. It's hard to know now. This is one of those things we only figure out with time. And I'm curious to see where it goes. I really want them to win. I want more money in the space. I want Void Zero to be the most successful tooling company in JavaScript ever. But I don't know how I would pitch this to my friends who work at Twitch right now. And that's the thing that gives me fear. If I don't know how to sell this to my friends who work at enterprises like Amazon, at Twitch, even at companies like, even at like medium-sized companies, like the ones I work with a lot and invest in, companies like Cursor, I don't know how I would convince them to use this. So I don't know how they make money yet. I really hope I'm wrong on this one. Let me know what you guys think. Are you excited for Vite Plus, or do you not see yourself using this? I'm so curious how y'all feel. Let me know what you think. And until next time, peace, nerds. What's this? Oh, yeah. This is a very funny phrase they put in there. Anytime, Alex. Thanks for being chill and chatting with us throughout. Really appreciate you being here for that. Also, this is scary. For Naman to not see the value, ooh, a little scary. Let me grab his talk. Yeah, I saw. I'm upset. Yeah, my boss came to me tomorrow and said, hey, what's this thing I heard about? I'd have no idea. Yes, I am so excited to play the new Pokemon after stream today. I didn't check the demo. Oh, fuck. I did forget that. I'll take a look at the cache demo at least.
So I can delete these. Not producing the expected result. Remove a few things. So, okay, so when I run vite install, it invokes the, let's take a look at the code base, right? There are still a few things like this which won't be there really when V Plus is officially out. But let's look at the package manager field, right? It says using PNPM 10.8.2, right? This is a common sort of pain point when we have just so many different package managers and you sometimes switch between projects even if they're both using PnPM, they might be using the different versions. And like using different versions of the same package manager can sometimes result in very subtle bugs that you really don't want to deal with, right? So what we do with V Plus is, first of all, Vite install makes sure it's always installed using the right version of the right package manager. It's also inherently cached. So if the log file and your node modules directory doesn't change, it won't actually run it again. And also because it's the caching is so fast, right? So every command that you run, before any Vite plus command you run, we actually do the check first to make sure dependency is actually up to date. So you don't run into situations where like you run build, somehow it's not producing the expected result because you change your package.json, you forgot to run install again. Okay, so that.
This is one of those things that like is good and sounds good, but like I wish just being better sold. I really do. But improving a million small things does not make the product sellable. It makes the product better. But this isn't a real value add that like will be perceived by people spending money. Like if you came up to me and said, if you pay me $100 right now, you will never run into a problem that has been caused by drift in package managers again, I would think twice about it. And I've run into a lot of these problems.
That is the scaffolding. Now I'm going to go to app's website, right? So this is just a typical React app. So one thing I need to do here is, because we're actually this demo is actually just pulling from the current create Vite. So it's including a bunch of things we don't really need anymore. Deleting ESLang, deleting TypeScript ESLang, deleting all the stuff. Okay, so I believe everything else is fine. So let's run Vite install again. And it worked. And if we run again, again, we're pulling from existing templates. So this is no longer needed, actually. So what we can do is like, we'll just have this, right? When we talk about centralized config, right? So all the you have linked related config, you can put it here. So I can delete. If you have because we just have also the bundle DTS. In case you don't know, DTS files performs better when you use it for type checking. Bundle DTS performs even better than separate DTS files. So bundling DTS actually has meaningful performance implications when you have a really huge project, right? If you have
we are so in the weeds of things people don't understand or care about. This is my fear. I didn't do an intro for cutting to the demo, so I'll do that here. I didn't watch the whole demo, but I recommend you do if you're curious. Links in the description for the whole talk. The vibe I'm getting from it is just deep in the weeds of paper cut solving. There are things like what he just talked about, where if you split out a DTS file, it performs better. And if you bundle it, so you actually like compress it and cut as much data out as possible and like get rid of like white space and stuff, performs even better than that. That's such a paper cut. No one's going to understand this in a like pitch. Or that the Vite I command runs with whatever package manager you have declared in package.json, so drift between package managers across your team matters less. That's a problem that's affected me, but not enough to spend money on and not enough to like include in your pitch. Something I talk about a lot when I'm talking to businesses in particular about like how to pitch your product is this idea of your pitch should meaningfully reduce the way that you feel about. I'm trying to remember how to put this. I think I talk a lot about with founders is the idea that your pitch should make most of your employees feel a bit bad. It sucks to put it that way, but it's better to have a pitch that is reducing your product to a very small subset to get the value add across than it is to detail all of the cool things you do, because then people lose interest if the first three aren't immediately really important to them. You should order your list of features by thing that your hair is most on fire about to thing that barely matters at the bottom, and then cut everything but the top 3. And the problem here is that they're not solving a hair on fire problems. They're solving a bunch of small annoyances. A really good way of putting this... fuck, I'm not trying to click it. I'm trying to add this to watch later because I'm curious. Michael Knowles. There's a great how to pitch your startup video by Michael that he did for this random conference that I think about way too much. There's trying to find, it's the, here it's earlier.
Example, it's too general. What I could have said about Airbnb is, for example, if you are in a place that has a big event, you do not want to leave the first slide of your presentation without investors knowing what. You are in a place that has, imagine a waiter, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 out their apartment online. Sentence 1. They collect the payment online and take a, let's call it 15% fee for every booking. That's sentence 2. That's it. A lot of the magic comes in the example. And I'll give you a real world example. Imagine that you're a waiter who lives in Washington, D.C., and
here we are.
They try to be 100% accurate. You have to use simple.
Okay, here's the part I was looking for. It's a core idea of like, how much do the people on the other side understand versus how accurate is the thing you said. Everyone strives so hard for understanding that they end up losing out a bunch. People get so focused on being so accurate with their pitch and explanation of their product that they're giving up on how it's understood on the other side.
Language that they will understand, not complicated language that makes you sound smart. So one thing we tell YC companies is you need 2 different answers to what do you do. One that you give investors and another one you give customers, and they're different. The words on the front page of your website are for customers. If you're using that for investors, more often than not, you're doing it wrong.
So phase cut all of him talking until like basically right now.
Number 2, they try to be 100% accurate. There were a lot of details I left out of Airbnb in that 2-sentence description with the example, but it was clear and easy to understand. Your goal should be 80% accurate, 100% clear, not 100% accurate, 50% clear. I talked about an example that's too general. What I could have said about Airbnb is, for example, if you are in a place that has a big event and you need to pay your rent, you can rent your place out and then you can pay your rent. Same basic story, none of the little facts that make it stick in your memory and make you understand.
This is the key. I feel like there are so many details that they're trying to share that the value prop gets lost in the process. What do you got for me here? The harshest way of putting this is that anybody who has these problems that can spend money has already solved them, and the cost of switching is high enough that cost of switching plus cost to pay plus unsure value add makes it hard to decide if you'll bother and hard to adopt in the first place. So the people who have the money to adopt have already solved the problem. They're not going to. The people who haven't solved the problem yet don't have the money. Whether or not they ever will is a question. It just, all of this makes the value prop harder. Yeah. Fit this in with the like, when do I adopt section phase. I wish you luck. I'm sorry for this being hard. I remembered to marker before checking that, right? If not, we can just throw the whole thing out. It's not too important. It's just me being harsher. Oh, V plus M. Okay, cool. That was markered. Nice. Good luck. I'm sorry. I missed a bunch of subs while we were recording all that. Let me thank you all guys really quick. We got Furman underscore with the Prime for 6 months. Appreciate that. Jade Roller with the tier 1. And NCE with the 5 bomb for gifts. Appreciate that a ton. I don't think Zen browser's ever going to move to Chromium. I think something else like it might happen. Context limits are actually measuring a given lab's willingness to mislead customers. This was one of my favorite takes I had. How do I reroll this? I have enough inside info to know that for the most part, the context limit is an arbitrarily selected number that they pick based on like vibes. And the labs that are putting that number really high don't necessarily have models that work really well with large contexts. They are models that need more value props like on the list. Every model can do 1 million tokens if the provider checks the right boxes for it. But I don't think that's a very good thing to do because the quality of intelligence that you get from the model just goes down a ton. There are some benchmarks for this. I've wanted to make my own for a while. I just don't have the time, and it's an expensive ass benchmark. Do they not have results? I've seen this before. Ooh, new research on this. Here we go. This is what I was looking for effectively. When you increase the number of documents, the correct answer rate goes down meaningfully pretty quick. And this is only testing with GPT-5. I've seen this test with other models, comparing how other models behave as you just absurdly increase the amount of documents in their context. I'm trying to remember where I saw the chart. It looked a lot like this one, but it was comparing different models and how well they performed on different context amounts. And it was very clearly like down to the right curve. Ooh. This is the one I thought of. Thank you so much. And you're the guy who asked me to re-roll. You have a better take than I do if you already know where this is. But yeah, this is a very real problem. And you'll see that Gemini models crash aggressively as you increase the context window. If I was to do a video on this, I would end up talking about cameras is the problem, and then I would just talk about cameras for way too long. So I'm going to resist the urge because I'm already feeling the desire to talk about cameras. Oh shit, it's 1 a.m. Alex, thanks for stopping by for that. Really appreciate it. Thank you again. Happy you got a good reroll out of that, Wend. That was a fun one. Thank you again for the source. I'm more likely to make a video on that now that I have that source again. Cool. Beat Plus is done. Not looking good for getting haiku numbers. I'm going to just DM them quick. Give me a sec. Cool. Good answer. They already replied. They said minutes. So that means we can talk about something else while we wait. Let's do Firefox. I'll mid-pry this. Oh shit, Dom threw a 21 sub bomb. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Oh, IRL next week. You're going to be at NextConf? Fuck yeah. Finally. Took way too long. I'm super excited for you to be here, man. Let's do the Firefox video. Okay, I have my intro ready. Cool. As I'm sure you guys know, Firefox is by far my favorite browser. That's why I use it every... wait, that's Helium, the Chromium fork that is way more private and better performing. No worries, I'm going to switch over to Firefox now. Oh, that's Zen Browser, a customizable browser that I use for most of my content. I guess Firefox isn't really a browser I like a whole lot. Okay, and jokes aside, if you've been around for a while, you know that Firefox has been the butt of a lot of my jokes for as long as I've been doing content for, honestly. I've had so many problems with Firefox for a very long time. And while I could rant forever about the WebRTC issues in particular, that's water under the bridge. I've moved away from the WebRTC world. I'm just doing more general development stuff. And I'm still running into a lot of problems with Firefox. Let me find find the Bugzilla. I have a bunch of small to medium-sized issues with Firefox that have been annoying me immensely, but also have been kind of holding back the web. One that bothered me a lot was this gradient issue, where gradients just didn't render right at all. Another one that's holding back a lot more of the web is the lack of support for view transitions, a standard that'll allow for web pages to change as you navigate them and go between different places. There's a lot of these little things that have been bugging a ton of developers that you might not notice as a user of Firefox, but I promise you they are holding us back as developers. There are things that we want to do with our tools, with our there are things that we want to do with our apps, with our tools, with the whole web ecosystem that are regularly held back by Firefox not adopting things quickly enough. And while I am still disappointed at how slow a lot of these things have been, Firefox version 144, which just dropped, has meaningfully improved on a lot of the pain points I have been feeling personally. I wanted to take the time to call out this release for the improvements that it brings, not just for Firefox users, but for the web as a whole. Because the floor, the base, the lowest point for the browsers that we have to support as developers every day just had a massive level up. Firefox currently makes billions of dollars from Google in order to support their... Firefox has currently paid billions of dollars from Google in order to have Google as the default search engine. Google pays me a significantly smaller amount of money. So let's take a quick break for today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Okay. So what has changed that is so significant that I am once again talking about Firefox, a browser that I swore I would avoid talking about to the best of my ability? Let's dive in. They added a fancy focus tab feature. Cool. More tab groups updates. Yeah, not my thing. Profile management, picture-in-picture hotkeys. Visual search powered by Google Lens. The Google money showing a bit. Perplexity AI is also now an option. They're making more money. But these are not what I'm here for. I am here for web platform fixes. First thing is the element.move before API. I love this API. I have done a whole video about how good this is. It lets you move an element in the browser without anything changing. So if you have a video playing in one place and you want to move it somewhere else, you don't have to delete it and recreate it. You don't have to do your best to try and keep the state in sync. Now you can call the move before API and move an element somewhere else and its state is maintained. So the distance in the video being played, the volume you have selected, the mute state, all of these things that you'd otherwise have to programmatically recreate when you make a new node are just handled with this DOM API. Very, very nice. I am hyped that this is now supported in Firefox, even though it's not marked there yet. Sadly, it's still not in Safari, so it's not quite ready for universal adoption and the expectation this will behave properly. But we are so much closer. And generally speaking, if Chrome and Firefox support a thing, Safari will get off their ass and do it. Some fun metric stuff, math shift, cool. And now we're in the part that matters for me. View transitions. The view transition API is so... The view transitions API is going to enable so much cool shit on the web. For a fun example of how cool it is, we're going to go to Naman's blog. Naman is a CSS guru that used to work at Meta. Now he's at OpenAI. And his blog is some of my favorite examples of view transitions. Remember, none of what you're about to see is JavaScript. All of this is happening using browser standards and CSS, like very minimal CSS like flags applied to specific elements so that when the page navigates from one state to another, the browser creates the animations for you effectively. So watch what happens when I click blog. Did you see how his logo expanded and moved up? That's all using web standard stuff. That's not some crazy JavaScript moving elements around. Or if I click a title for one of these posts, it had to load the font the first time, so it stuttered out a little bit. Naman fixed this. I need this to be really good for my demos. But now when I click it, the words move. Do you know how annoying it would be to do this by hand with JavaScript? Obnoxious. But now, these types of transitions that make your experience navigating things way better, it's trivial now. Even on my blog, I added them forever ago. And I did a very basic one where it just fades in and out. And even that feels so much better than traditional navigation. It's so easy to add view transitions. And they're not just for navigating, like when the URL changes, which is historically really, really hard to do animations for. It's also for changes within the page. And you can group view transitions together by calling them all at once. React does this with the new React version. In fact, the React team has worked really hard on getting view transitions meaningfully adopted and integrated across all browsers because they plan on using view transitions as the main way to handle changes in React going forward. Because right now, if I have like a to-do list with items and I remove an item from the list, it's no longer in the DOM. You can't animate that which does not exist, which means that instead, when I write the code to remove an element, I have to leave in a fake version, animate that, and then when the animation is done, actually remove it. Not good. With view transitions, the different states where one version has the element and the other doesn't can be handled by the browser. It's so nice. View transitions being finally supported by Firefox enables them to be actually used for new things going forward. So good. If we get more in the weeds on how it works, technically, in order for view transitions to work, you have to have different elements, but they use the same view transition name between the old and new ones, and then the browser handles the difference between them. It's so good. If you've used like Magic Move in Keynote, it's kind of similar to that. In and of itself, this is such a massive change that I'm genuinely super hyped about. We're finally seeing Firefox adopt the core level 1 standard for view transitions, which enables frameworks like React to more meaningfully integrate it. Mark my words, view transitions are about to become a very common thing that will make the whole web feel better and our lives as developers implementing them better too. Even mobile Safari already supports view transitions. Firefox was the last one, and they are very, very late, like years late to it. But it's here. It's happening. The web's about to get a lot better. Speaking of things that they are very behind on, gradients now work properly. Dithering is how you take the layers of a gradient and blur the gaps between them to make it look way smoother. I don't know how friendly the video encoding is going to be to this image that I shared earlier, so the link will be in the description as well if you want to look at it to see. Since this is an image, it'll render fine in any browser that does basic image rendering properly. The problem was that when you had an image, or the problem was that when you rendered a gradient, you'd end up with these stripes for the gradient because it just didn't handle the difference in color for each row effectively, properly. Most gradient renderers and most browsers will dither it, which is effectively adding a little bit of noise between every layer to make it look significantly better. It's so egregious. And when I was working on this tutorial I was making, I was trying to use Zenmore, which is a Firefox-based browser. And when I saw this, I just felt sick and had to complain about it online. It's not the right Zen. Because I complained so much about this, Zen actually fixed it themselves. In particular, because I complained about this so much and I love Zen so much, they actually went and fixed this themselves back in June. Yes, they actually patched Firefox's bullshit themselves as we waited 15 years for Firefox to fix this. This issue was open for 15 years. It had largely died before I bitched about it a bunch. And then, after I bitched about it a bunch, all of a sudden, one of the contributors to Firefox dropped this image from my Twitter. He had more comments, I thought. Here's the piece I was looking for you. This was not prioritized properly before because any individual case would have been triaged as minor visual, so people stopped reporting it. If we had individual sites report for all of these, the bug would probably be a clear priority 1. I'll set webcompat priority to P1 for now because it makes Firefox look really bad. Yeah, it was embarrassing. Thumbnail idea. Quality. This was 8 months ago, which honestly for Firefox timelines, not bad, but for other things in software, a little rough, especially because it was fixed so quickly by the team over at Zen, which is just two guys hacking on a new browser together themselves. I still personally recommend, if you want the Firefox experience and like the true open private solution, Zen's a really good option. I also really like Helium because I need Chromium for a lot of things, particular dev tools. It's really nice. So these are the two browsers I hop between. But the fact that the browser that Zen is based on, Firefox, is finally caught up to like 2020 standards is pretty nice. I am so thankful that we finally have compatibility for these core features for the web in Firefox, because now it's a decent-ish browser, at least by 2020 standards. I know I said I wouldn't go too into the WebRTC stuff, but these are two really big changes that are very, very helpful. Firefox is so bad at non-standard video resolutions. And when I say non-standard, I don't mean like some random set of numbers. I mean anything different from like a basic like 720p 16 by 9 at 30 FPS. It falls apart so fast. And they, at the very least now, let me resize the media I get from the camera so I can crop and downscale to a resolution Firefox supports better. And they finally support the worker transfer on the data channel. Oh, that would have saved me so much time. I had to do a bunch of weird WebSocket stuff to handle this because Firefox wouldn't let me send the data I needed down RTC. Oh, finally. Firefox just got like 60% less annoying for me to support, and I feel good. And now my sights are focused on the real enemy of the web. I got nothing else on this. I'm excited. Having the web standards and having the web browsers evolve is so important for us to keep improving the experience people have as they navigate. I've honestly felt like Firefox is holding back the entire web for a while, and now they're holding it back a good bit less. So if you are a Firefox user that's felt guilty for my previous videos, you can feel a little less guilt now, and finally, you can look at gradients in a way that doesn't make your eyes bleed. I hope you guys appreciate the update here. I know I appreciate the update on their part. Let me know what y'all think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Fun. Nice short one. It's been a while. Yay, Haiku 4.5 is on here. Let me go ask them one more. Oh, this is very good. Oh, YouTube's down in the UK? Oh boy. Okay, no updates. They did put it up here, but I'm waiting for it to appear here too, because I like their threads a lot. Um, YouTube slowly dying across the globe. Goddamn. Speaking of YouTube dying, hi YouTube chat. Sorry. YouTube's apparently getting back up for people. That's good to hear, at least. I was hoping they would publish that. RIP. I'll just use phone Slack, I suppose. I guess I'll do one more video while we wait for that. I'll do the FFmpeg one. I know I saved a bunch of these. Maybe I didn't save the ones I wanted to here. I bet someone has this in archive.org. Okay, there isn't one. Okay. Oh shit, Gamer Girl, 19 months of support. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you so much. Let's do this video quick. This will be a fun one. Cool. Video encoding is really, really hard. It's a problem that on one hand is solved, but on the other, we're fighting every single day. I know this from a lot of my own history in video, from how I run the channel with custom tooling, to things I built like Ping, to my time at Twitch trying to make video encoding work at the scale of that business. It's crazy. And I don't think we give enough appreciation to the people who put the work in to make video as stable as it is today. It's genuinely a miracle that you can watch me live on this video without any crazy issues, even on a not that great internet connection. This is a series of miracles stacked on top of each other by really, really smart people that have resulted in the web working and video working in ways that I never would have imagined when I was a kid. This is best summarized by everyone's favorite XKCD comic, the all-modern digital infra, with a project some random person in Nebraska has been thanklessly maintaining since 2003, holding up everything. There is no one thing that fits the role of this block better than FFmpeg. FFmpeg is an all-in-one tool set for doing video encoding to and from basically any format you can imagine, and I have spent so much time making FFmpeg do unbelievable things. I genuinely cannot imagine where my career or my channel would be without FFmpeg powering all of it. It's such an incredibly good tool. I cannot say good enough things about it. That's why I donated. Let me find that tweet actually. That's why I personally donated $5,000 to supporting the development of FFmpeg. It's an incredibly important piece of software, and I cannot possibly put into words just how essential FFmpeg is to the success of video and arguably the web as a whole. Which is why I am so disappointed by the state of their Twitter and their comms in general. I hate that I have to make this video because I don't want to talk about FFmpeg in a negative light, but I feel like I have to, because I'm no longer the only one that is dealing with this problem. I have been harassed by the FFmpeg Twitter account consistently for quite a bit now. And if it was just me, whatever, I'm the JS soy boy. You can make fun of me all you want, even though I'm contributing and actively supporting the development of your project. When you go after other people, in particular, you go after Sebastian Altonen, who is one of the best rendering people in the history of software. There is no person that I know of that has made more impact on how rendering works in game engines in a very long time. At the very least, nobody who shares their understanding publicly as well as he does. I and many others have learned a lot from Sebastian's work on rendering. So why the fuck is FFmpeg beefing with him? This is going to be an interesting video. I'm going to go into the depths, this is going to be an interesting video. It's not going to be as technical as most of my stuff is, even though, believe me, I want to go in the weeds of FFmpeg. I really do. But the focus today is going to be a lot more so on how communication works at scale and how important it is to pick your fights properly and not just optimize for clout. I am genuinely disappointed in how the FFmpeg account runs its public presence. It feels like they had some good dunks early, and now they're just riding the wave. I have feelings. I also have to cover that donation somehow, so we're going to do a quick break for today's sponsor, and then we'll dive in. So, fun fact, I actually filmed a video like this a while ago as my response to the beef I got into with FFmpeg a few months ago. And I decided to not publish it because it didn't feel necessary for me to go after an open source project like this as the main victim of it. But now that I see them doing this to other people and continuing to cause problems, I feel like it deserves a little more attention on it. Because I am 100% on Sebastian's side here. It's a little bit absurd he's getting called out the way he is. The discussion started all the way over here with people talking about Google DeepMind and this new AI game world exploration hallucination thing Google's doing, where it can make up a world that you can play. Now, where does this guy work? Mike64 here posted about the challenges here. Just so you guys know, the bottleneck for getting data out of Minecraft is literally FFmpeg, and I can guarantee this model is both slower and worse than actually being in-game. The timer speed can be increased, frame capture can happen in-game, and the timer speed can be increased, frame capture can happen in-game at scaled rates, and the thing that will make the system come to a crawl is FFmpeg, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't encode video at 1200 FPS with current technology unless you're recording at like 240p or you have a 20 petabyte SSD somewhere and decide to use AVI. Yes. To be very clear, this is not a post saying FFmpeg is bad. This is a post saying that video encoding is so hard that even the industry standard, battle-tested, super performant, really good video encoder, FFmpeg, cannot solve this problem. Turning a ton of hallucinated PNGs into a video stream someone can consume on the other side is a complex problem to solve with compute in general. And that is one of those things that is making these like hallucinated video things so hard to make. It's also a big part of why game streaming has struggled to take off, because the cost of encoding the video at a high enough quality and low enough latency, and also with enough compression to send it over the internet for you to play a game that's running remotely somewhere else, is genuinely really, really complex. And this became a discussion across other people. Jabrim posted here, I started looking into FFmpeg's code the other day and it was atrocious. I find it hilarious they speak about their code as some of the most optimized on the planet. Then you hear about the low frame rates that they were able to achieve. Of course, these codecs don't help. They frankly weren't designed for real-time performance. Certainly nothing deterministic either in terms of compression guarantees. This first half, I don't like commenting on others' code quality. I've learned my lesson there. I'd rather just talk about the capabilities and functionality. If you think FFmpeg could be faster, I would like you to prove it, not just complain about the source code. This part is very good to call out, though. The codecs are not written in a way where they're optimizing for encoding cost. They're optimizing for both the compression amounts and the decoding cost. How can we make it as small, or how can we make the smallest video file without compromising on quality? And more importantly, decode it cheap enough that most devices can play back the video without too many problems. I wish this was the focus of Jabrim's post. If Jabrim here was the one that was being dunked on by FFmpeg, I'd be a little more sympathetic to them. But it wasn't. They went after Sebastian. Video codecs are such a massive code bloat. Integrating these encoder and decoder libraries in your project is a lot of work, and their compile times are massive. Their core compression loops are properly vectorized, but the rest of the ecosystem is not optimal at all. This is a very correct post. This isn't a comment that the open source, or this is not a comment that FFmpeg is bad, that the people building these tools suck, or anything along those lines. All this says is that the code bases for these codecs are big enough that integrating them into other things is unpleasant. If you were to embed some of FFmpeg's codecs into your project that isn't a video encoder, you just want to add this feature, and you're actually pulling that source code into your code base and compiling it as part of your builds, good luck. It's very slow. These code bases are huge and complex and slow to build, and they probably have to be. None of this is saying FFmpeg is bad or sucks. This is commentary on the state of video encoding. It is hard to do these things. And now we see how this was discovered by FFmpeg, because Jabrim here quote tweeted an FFmpeg post talking about how GPU encoding marketing has all been lies, and GPGPU isn't suited for video compression. GPU encoders have a dedicated black box chip for video encoding. This is a true statement. My GPU that I'm using right now has an NVENC encoder on it. NVENC is NVIDIA encoder. It's a custom chip that they put on my GPU just for video encoding, and I'm stuck buying the highest-end NVIDIA GPUs because the cheaper ones only have one NVENC encoder, and I need two. One for my stream and one for my camera. It's annoying, but I accept it because doing parallel video encoding is hard. They're not doing much parallelization, but there's also honestly not that much to do. It's pretty hard to parallelize video encoding for most modern formats because it's like you have an iframe and then compressed frames from there. So you have to do a first pass where you find all the scene changes to do iframes for, and then in parallel generate the p frames from there. It just doesn't fucking make sense. So I do not agree with this Jabrim guy. I fully agree with Sebastian. These are things that suck to integrate as a developer if you're using the source. And now, I guess I had it elsewhere here. And FFmpeg jumps in. Quick to complain, but not quick to contribute. Git log -- author equals Altonin, blank. Not necessary at all. And the worst part is I know where all of this comes from. I found it. This post was the first time this format went viral. This one was funny for reasons that are a bit of inside baseball for me. I haven't shared this much publicly. Soundwave was my first employee at Ping. Soundwave was diving deep in both FFmpeg and OBS because we were working on making changes to them for the video products that we were building. Soundwave was no longer employed by me when he made this post, so this was not an employee of mine getting in a fight with FFmpeg. This is an ex-employee of mine getting in a fight with FFmpeg. Soundwave is a very smart person. I trust his gut if he thinks this code base is a mess. I also trust that there are good reasons for it to be a mess. Regardless, FFmpeg is the best video encoder suite ever made. I would have advised him to not post this if he was my employee at the time and I had any knowledge that he was planning on posting this. And this is where FFmpeg started the Twitter trend that they cannot stop doing of dunking on a small account by saying, talk is cheap, send patches. You clearly don't know what you're talking about if you've never contributed code to our code base. Aside from the fact that code contributions are far from the only way to contribute to things, there's also documentation, there's also educational materials, there's also financial, there's also like emotional support, community support, building awareness. There's so many other ways to support a project other than writing code for it, especially a project that holds their bar so high, supposedly, for who can and can't contribute and acts so elitist about how important it is that everything's in C and assembly and anybody who doesn't know those isn't good enough to contribute. They're holding this high bar for who's allowed to contribute and then using that bar to hit people who can't contribute. It makes no sense, and it's really toxic. At this point, it was just a funny thing they did back in February of last year, but it stopped being funny pretty quick, and they can't help themselves but just get into fights constantly. This donation that I made that I mentioned earlier was part of my argument with FFmpeg. My post was deleted because I was trying at the time to reduce the amount of harassment I and my team were getting by hiding it. It didn't work. My post wasn't about FFmpeg. My post was about VLC because VLC is an absolute shit show right now for using any modern video standards. I made a complaint that VLC has out-of-date codecs that make it nearly impossible to use for modern video standards because I work with a lot of modern video standards. I generate a terabyte of video per stream. I spend a lot of time inside a video. And the amount of problems I have with FFmpeg, and the amount of problems I have with VLC is insane. This is just one random demo that I recorded to demonstrate it. And here you'll see a video playing back in VLC. This is a file straight off of my camera. It's me doing my facial reactions, my like react faces for my thumbnails. And you'll see I'm like skimming through it and nothing's happening. It's just frozen. It's also memory leaking. It's using like 8 gigs of RAM here. It's just entirely frozen. And then IINA, which is a player I highly recommend on Mac, you'll see I can skim, I can fast forward, I can save screenshots, I can do everything I need to with INA totally fine. So clearly the problem has to be the encoders, right? Like VLC uses FFmpeg, INA must use something else, right? Nope. Both are powered by FFmpeg. INA's using an MPV core. MPV is a light wrapper around FFplay, which is part of FFmpeg. VLC rolled their own everything. They even have some of their own encodings, or they even have some of their own codecs in VLC. The problem with VLC is that you cannot change the codecs in it. Everything is baked into it directly, which means if you want something new, you need to wait for an update. The same way if you want an update for Safari or Apple Music on your iPhone, you have to install an OS update. If you want a new codec or playback method in VLC, you need to wait for a new version. Which would be totally fine if VLC was shipping new versions. The problem is that VLC 4 has been indefinitely delayed for a disgusting amount of time. This is an article on The Verge. VLC 4 is coming this year with a new interface for the popular video player. This would also include all of the codecs that I need for my job. It would include the ability for me to play an iPhone video without it freezing, memory leaking, and getting all of the color wrong. You know, things you would expect a video player to do. These are all of the reasons why like the entire like video piracy community, the whole like anime dub community, all of these people have moved off of VLC like 5+ years ago. Anyone who knows what they're talking about with video fucking shits on VLC nonstop. There are literally books written about how to find bugs in software that use VLC as their first example because it is in such a rough state. VLC deserves the hate. Not because the devs aren't working hard, but they're not very transparent. I've tried so hard to get a hold of them just to figure out where to throw money to speed things up because I will pay the VLC devs to get their shit done. Because this article about VLC 4 coming out later this year is from 2021. It has been almost 5 years, and we have not gotten an update about when VLC 4 will actually ship. What the fuck? If it was a few months late, fine. If it's a year late, annoying, but whatever. 5 years late? What? And the screenshot that they're showing here is from 2019. What? How? How are we here? Seriously. No new video codec, no improvements to video codecs, no change to video that's happened in the last 7 years has made it into VLC. Every improvement FFmpeg has made has been sitting on the VLC 4 branch that they don't even publish nightlies for right now. Coming this year, I'm gonna... Ugh. So somebody was posting about how great VLC is, and I did a quote tweet saying, can we please stop recommending software that's this dead? It's obnoxious. It's... Ugh. And yes, there are technically 4.0 nightlies, but they're impossible to get running. I spent like 2 hours trying to get one to build, because I don't build them. I had to build it myself to run it on Windows, and it was slightly better. I thought it would be more better, because when I first tried it, it did feel significantly better. It fixed this issue where the video like couldn't be skimmed because it's on an up-to-date codec, so it's a lot better. But it still ended up having a lot of other problems. Like video was flickering. It would move up and down 2 pixels constantly. It seemed a lot better when I first tried it. And then when I kept trying to use it, it fell apart fast. So I'm back on INA on Mac, and I'm very much on MPV. And on Windows, I deal with MPV and also use Media Player Classic a decent bit. There's a fork HC that's fine. INA's really nice on Mac, though. Regardless, VLC just doesn't work for modern formats. Regardless, VLC just has so many problems for modern formats, modern like attempts to play back with subtitles, all of these things. It's just, ugh. I don't know how much of this will include. I just hope you understand VLC makes my life much harder because I work in video and it does not work with real video. Ugh. So how do we get here? Or so how did we get here? I complained that the codec in VLC was egregiously out of date and didn't support modern things. I wasn't even thinking of the fact that it was using FFmpeg as some of those codecs internally. It was so old and out of date that the FFmpeg was an implementation deal that didn't matter. I did not mention FFmpeg anywhere in any of my posts. That did not stop them from coming at me as a huge fan. Genuinely kind of fucking insane of them to take a post that was about VLC being out of date and say it is proof that I don't know what I'm talking about and they're excited for me to go contribute the change. If I submitted a patch to VLC, how many years would it take to ship? FFmpeg is run incredibly well. I wish the same dedication was put into VLC. V4 has been needed for 5 years. It's becoming vaporware. I stand behind every fucking word I said here. I am correct. To which they replied, you would never manage to submit a patch even close to replacing FFmpeg in VLC. I don't want to replace FFmpeg. I just want to bump the fucking version. You clearly have no idea how much of my history was in FFmpeg. I built a ton of early Twitch info on top of y'all. I'm not talking out my ass. I'm complaining that a valuable piece of software can't even play a fucking video recorded on an iPhone because V4 soon. Again, I am talking about VLC. He is inserting himself, making it about FFmpeg when it's not about FFmpeg. Thank you, Brandon, for the gift subs. Really appreciate that. I'll give you a proper thank you when I'm done recording this. I'm currently in Angie mode. Let me stay in Angie mode for a little bit. Reminder, my original post never mentioned FFmpeg. I did not talk about FFmpeg here other than to say how incredibly well run it is and how important a project it is. I had no beef with FFmpeg, but FFmpeg chose to have beef with me because to FFmpeg, or at least the person who runs their Twitter account, who I'm not even confident contributes themselves, this all could just be projection on their part. I decided, or I kind of represent the JavaScript soy boy influencers that they hate so much. They even subtweeted me during all of this. That's from FFmpeg influencers. It's important to remember that technology influencers can be bad role models. Many encourage people to be fans of technology instead of actual developers of technology. Hot takes are easy, writing good code is not. Influencers talk a big game, but forget we were on mailing lists and IRC before they were born. Motherfucker, I probably ran one of the IRC channels you were shitposting in. This is so stupid. This was so dumb of them. I still can't believe that like they came after a lifetime supporter of FFmpeg because it's fun to dunk on the TypeScript influencer. The fuck. And again, I said that this is because VLC is out of date. This is the problem. Let us know where your FFmpeg patches are. There's a difference between being a user of FFmpeg and a developer of FFmpeg. There's also a difference between being a dev of FFmpeg and being the guy who runs their Twitter like an angry Reddit mod, but that doesn't seem to stop you, motherfucker. Writing scripts for a hugely unprofitable streaming service is not the flex you think it is. I don't know where this reply went. Twitter's being buggy. I had a reply here about working at Twitch, and for some reason the thread got collapsed. Oh no, it's from here, yeah. So he couldn't decide which of the dunks he wanted to do, so he did the first one, then followed up with, writing scripts for a hugely unprofitable streaming service is not the flex you think it is, referring to me working at Twitch. Do you know what else is hugely unprofitable? FFmpeg. I don't think the amount of money the business doesn't make is relevant here, and I am far from a supporter of Twitch as a business model. I think that I'm surprised they're still in business, if I'm being real. That doesn't mean they haven't done revolutionary things with on-the-edge global video encoding and decoding. The things that Twitch did to make live video possible are still talked about in like the deep video circles. You would know this if you went to the events about this. If you went to the Videoland meetup If you went to the most recent Videoland meetup in SF, you would have heard people who worked at Twitch on these things presenting because they do know it very well. And I don't think you should be talking about profitability when you're an open source project when it has nothing to do with this. It's a funny joke, sure, but this is the problem. He cares way more about being funny on Twitter than representing the project in a good light. And I responded accordingly. Going after a company that's contributed money and patches to y'all instead of addressing the point is disappointing. I expected better from you guys. We would love to see a copy of your maintenance contract and or the full-time members of staff working solely on FFmpeg. That fucking goalpost just keeps moving, man, nonstop. FFmpeg donations are annually... The total of FFmpeg donations over a year barely account for a fifth of a Silicon Valley engineer. Cool. Whatever. Regardless, I care a lot about FFmpeg. I wanted to show that I care about FFmpeg and that this is all fucking stupid and they're coming at me as a supporter. It did not seem to register in this fucker's head that I love FFmpeg and I rely on it heavily. He needs to go back to moderating on Reddit because that's the only place where this mindset makes any sense at all. This is a Reddit mod who got an account with followers that got a power fucking high because of the dunk on my old employee that can't stop himself now. So I donated $5,000 because the people who actually own the Twitter account, who actually build FFmpeg, are great. I care a lot about them. FFmpeg is so important, and I'm happy to put $5,000 in to help make it better. I rely on this software every day. I'll probably donate more money in the near future. I care a lot. You know what? I'll put my money where my mouth is. If the current admin running the FFmpeg Twitter account quits, I'll donate $20,000. I'll do it. Mark my words. If the guy who runs his account retires, he gives up, he stops doing this fucking bullshit and going after people who do not deserve it for no reason, I will immediately send $20,000 to the FFmpeg organization because I am that confident he is causing problems. And by giving even the $5,000, I've contributed more to FFmpeg than that fucker ever has. So, yeah. Let's see what happens. If the FFmpeg team wants $20,000 more to be donated, they can take care of this problem now. I hate doing incentives like this, but I hate fuckers like this guy even more. And I'm so tired of him going after not just me, but other people now too. And I jumped in on this one for the same reason. I miss when the FFmpeg account dunked on people who deserved it. I've had my disagreements with Seb, but he really knows his shit, and I cannot fathom questioning his expertise. FFmpeg replied to me because they can't help themselves. They thought they'd get an easy dunk on me. He went down the same road as you with the whole, look how important my business or employer is, I therefore must know what I'm talking about thing. Oh, kind of like the thing you do? Because you're an anon behind the FFmpeg account, we just assume you know what you're talking about? You're the one doing this, not me. We have historical records, educational materials, shipped products, and so much more showing that we understand this shit. He tried quote tweeting me mentioning my history with FFmpeg. Talk is cheap. Show the patches you personally wrote. Would love to see whatever the fuck this guy's actually contributed. We're still waiting for your patches. By the way, this was his second reply here because he deleted the first one. Do you even know C? Yeah. Did you guys know the FFmpeg account deletes tweets? Because this is how I learned that. Seriously though, what the fuck? Why is my soy JavaScript ass triple ratioing the FFmpeg account? Literally 3 in a row. That shouldn't be possible. And I need them to understand, whoever the hell else works on FFmpeg that has any access to his account, you need to calm this fucker down. FFmpeg is too important to have its reputation ruined because this guy goes after the wrong person because he doesn't recognize their username. God forbid he accidentally targets somebody who's actually a contributor. Do you know how bad that's going to look even after he deletes it? You need to get rid of this guy. It sucks. The only problem I have with FFmpeg is whoever the fuck's running this Twitter account. I miss when they were funny. I miss when they dunked on people who deserve to be dunked on. I miss when this wasn't a problem and I didn't have to worry about people just mentioning codecs or talking about video stuff on Twitter. Like, I'm scared of doing educational stuff about video and how it works now because I'm scared if even I get all the details right, there's going to be some dunk about how influencers should stay out of important code. It's just insane to me. I hope this video does something other than start yet another flame war. I hate that I'm doing this. I did not plan to ever talk about it again. When you're going after good faith, hardworking people doing real work and real education in the space because you want free clout on Twitter, fuck off. FFmpeg is too important to be acting like a 12-year-old on Reddit. You need to get over this shit, guys. I got nothing else. Thank you. Until next time, peace, nerds. Okay, you seem like you're not that annoying, so I'm just going to time you out for a bit. When I'm in an unhinged competition and my opponent is the FFmpeg Twitter guy. This is just done on Windows, right? Okay, I'll thank you properly now, Brandon. Thank you so much for the gift subs, as well as the gift to XPT. Appreciate you a ton. Thank you so much again. Really appreciate it. Let's close all of this out. No thread. I'm going to check my Slack with them and see if that's going to be the case. No update. That's fine. We'll record as is. Yeah, I should have included this. I had the tweet pulled up, but then I forgot to like actually show it. There's no world in which this is the case. YouTube's sending the full video instead of chunks. That's hilarious. This is an attempt probably to stop YouTube DL then. You created the Akami transcoding infrastructure years ago. No shit. That's really cool. I would love to chat in the future if we do end up doing that. Oh shit. The distribution hell that is Olympics and Super Bowl is crazy. Can't even imagine. Good on you for making that happen. I think it's time to talk about haiku. They have the cost to run. Medium. DM'd. Fingers crossed we get an update about the cost. That's one of the most important pieces from their research. I'll keep an eye on that. I'll make the intro. NMG, reach out to Ben Holmes. He'll be the easiest person. B Holmes Dev. Tell him Theo sent you. Okay, let's do this. Claude Haiku. Anthropic just dropped a new model, and for once, it's not a super expensive one. Yes, really, we finally have a new cheap model for the first time in years. Anthropic just dropped Haiku 4.5, skipping 4.0 and 3.5 and every other version between 3 and now. When did Haiku 3 come out? This is the first update to an Anthropic small model since March of 2024. It's been over a year and a half since Anthropic bothered making a model that cost less than $15 per million output tokens. Kind of crazy when you think about it that way, but it does also show how much the market is shifting, where the need for a good, small, fast, cheap model is higher than ever. Especially for a company like Anthropic, that's main edge against OpenAI right now for day-to-day usage is the fact that their models feel and behave significantly faster than GPT-5 does when doing coding tasks. Haiku has a lot of promise, and from my early testing and evaluation, it actually seems like a very good model. According to their evaluation, it's better than Sonnet 4. You know that huge model drop they did earlier this year? It's on the line now with Sonnet 4.5, and they claim it's right next to GPT-5 codecs as well. That makes this a very, very promising model, especially at the price. Oh, I was wrong. There was a 3.5 for Haiku earlier. My bad. I had forgotten that this happened last year. So it's been about a year since we had an update. But man, it was so cheap using 3.5. It was 80 cents per mil in and $4 per mil out, which is why they're charging exactly the... Did they really increase the price? It's $1. Come on, guys. 20 cents up, $1 out up. Why even change it? You have so much money. You don't... Another day, another instance of Anthropic being kind of fucking weird. I don't know what we expect, but we have a lot to dive into. Quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll go all in. We have a lot of little things to talk about here, from their official post and the numbers that they got to other reporters that are a little more fair, like Simon Willison, who I absolutely adore. Artificial Analysis just posted an update with a lot of information, and I'm working with them to get even more, possibly before it ends up on their website. And of course, how it performs, actually working with it directly. First thing I actually want to see, though, is the speeds. 142 TPS out is incredible, actually. Let's set up something to run in the background while I do my work here. I just need to grab my... Cool. So we can use this model a few different ways. I'm gonna, you know what? Bun X create next app at latest. We'll just do it this way first. Yeah, cut all of this setup stuff phase. Cool. They already have it working in cursor, so I'm going to give it a shot here just to see the speed quick, because I will read the stuff in a sec. I just really want to see how fast it is. Okay, yeah, that flies. Oh, I copied the wrong part. It's already set up, but it figured that out pretty quick. How fast is it writing this code? Oh, it's not writing it. It's generating it all, and then we'll override the whole file. Updating package JSON. Moving this over scaffolding. It's going pretty fast. This feels like hilariously faster compared to like GPT-5. Now it's creating a quick README documenting the app. Cool. Don't need that. Cool. It's done. That took like under a minute. Take a look at the results. It looks fine. No weird purple, which is unlike a Claude model. Interesting. Not bad and very, very fast. I have hope so far. Let's go read a little bit. Claude Haiku 4.5, our latest small models, available today to all users. What was recently at the frontier is now cheaper and faster. 5 months ago, Claude Sonnet 4 was a state-of-the-art model. Today, Haiku 4.5 gives you similar levels of coding performance, but at 1/3 the cost and more than twice the speed. It's interesting that it seems like the only focus for Haiku 4.5 is coding. Okay, computer use as well, but that's close enough to code in terms of how we're using it. The advances make applications like Claude for Chrome faster and more useful than ever before. Users who rely on AI for real-time, low-latency tasks like chat assistants, customer service agents, or pair programming will appreciate Haiku 4.5's combination of high intelligence and remarkable speed. And users of Claude Code will find that Haiku 4.5 makes the coding experience for multiple agent projects or rapid prototyping markedly more responsive. Let's take a look at the video. Please don't have copyright music. Is there... Okay, there's no words in it, so we'll just mute it. It's like my 1 minute estimate's pretty solid. Significantly faster than their previous models. Just for reference on speed, even 3.5 Haiku was only hitting like 50 TPS from most providers. If we compare this to GPT-5 Codex, for example, 25 TPS, God, how the mighty have fallen, versus Sonnet 4.5, about 45 TPS. And again, Haiku 4.5 is at almost 150. That's a significant improvement in throughput. If we compare this to like Grok Code Fast, about 100, so a lot closer there. Or if we have any of the models that have good optimizations for the like fancy providers like Grok with a K, Kimi K2 I think is one of those. Maybe it's not. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, Grok with a Q can break 1,000 token per second with Kimi K2, which is kind of crazy. So there are things that are faster. There are things that are close. But that level of intelligence to speed is a thing we haven't seen since like the Gemini 2 flash days. It's very nice to have a fast, reasonably cheap, well-performing model. Especially because the price is pretty close to what you'd get for Kimi K2 on Grok. I'll be honest, when I think about this, it kind of feels like a response to GLM 4.6. Not just on throughput, because their throughput's fine. I believe through their official APIs it's a bit better, but on price in particular. You might have seen my previous video where I discuss making Claude Code way cheaper using ZAI and GLM models. That's a real risk that Anthropic has to be considerate of, because using a cheaper model that's comparably smart is a good experience, especially if it's pretty fast. Showing the update from them. Cool. But as you guys should hopefully know by now, these numbers don't necessarily mean anything because different models will respond with different numbers of tokens. And once you turn on reasoning, those different models will reason different amounts, massively changing how many tokens are used. This is why I really like the artificial analysis cost to run intelligence benchmark index. This is showing how expensive the bill would be for them to run the test. In Claude 4.1 Opus cost about $3,000 to run versus Grok 4 Fast, which costs $40 to run. And I believe with a refresh, they should have their up-to-date numbers. Do they not yet? Okay. Give me one sec. Shout out to Artificial Analysis for showing me the breakdown early. They're still waiting on the site to rebuild. 4.5 Haiku with reasoning on cost about $260 to run the bench. With reasoning off, it costs $105. That's pretty solid. It puts it right up with DeepSeek R1 and also right around GLM 4.6, which again seems to be a big part of why they would do this. I can imagine when you're putting all of this effort in the places that they are, why you would be upset that this random Chinese lab showed up with something almost as powerful as your models, meaningfully cheaper, and super easy to integrate with your existing tooling, why they would want to fight on that. And I do genuinely believe the 4.5 introduction today is a way to mitigate the potential business risk that that represents. But how smart is it? Good question. I was so sure they had it in the intelligence index. Okay, they have it here. Well, 4.5 Haiku with reasoning on appears to be a little bit smarter than Gemini 2.5 Flash with reasoning on and Qwen 3 Max. They actually think, or Artificial Analysis actually reports it performing slightly worse than GLM 4.6, which is interesting because that really feels like the one-to-one competition. But with the speed considered, things are a little different. Do they have a intelligence to speed here? Here we are. We look at the intelligence versus speed chart. Things are fun. I don't know if it's in here yet. Okay, yeah, they're still waiting for the update to build, but the dot would fall right around like, where would we put this actually? Like 58, 120. Interesting. The dot would be like here, right below Grok 4 Fast. Just interesting. I was so sure this would find its spot in the green space here, but it's actually probably not going to. The only reason GPT OSS has snuck into that range is because it's been quantized on some providers that can go really, really fast. I'm going to turn that off because I don't think it's fair to include in this. Yeah, that makes this a lot more reasonable. They're still going to be like just under the line for the intelligence area, but they will be over it for output speed. So they're going to be like right there. If I just do this way, they're going to be like here, which is a good spot to be. I'm confused about the speeds they have for GPT-5 here, though, because that's not the speed that those models run at right now. These speed numbers might be out of date. GPT-5 goes at like 20 TPS right now, not 140. Man, I wish it did. I really wish it did. What else do they have to say? 4.5 released 2 weeks ago. Claude Sonnet 4.5, which was released 2 weeks ago, remains our frontier model and the best coding model in the world. It's kind of weird that a Sonnet model is their frontier because they have Opus, which is the highest tier, the really expensive, Sonnet, which is the middle, like reasonable, benefits, negatives, and then the cheap one, which is Haiku, that has barely been updated. It really felt like they were pushing towards the expensive models for a lot of reasons. They really were pushing Opus when it dropped. And then 4.1 came out right before GPT-5. I think GPT-5 has forced a huge restructuring at Anthropic because they lost their code lead. They lost their belief that the biggest models have to be the ones that are doing this type of stuff. Because GPT-5 isn't that big a model. For a lot of reasons, it's pretty clear it's a medium-sized model at biggest. And now Anthropic seems more focused on the more reasonable model sizes. They've said as much in other things that like it's easier to train these middle tier models. It's way cheaper and they can advance faster as a result. Regardless, I'm happy to see more reasonable options being introduced. Oh no, what's going on now? I have some weird flag on. Okay, we're good. And of course, if you want to try out these models, the best place in the world to do it is not Claude.ai because the site barely fucking works. T3 Chat has them implemented already. So you can hop in and try them here. $8 a month for 1,500 messages with these models is a pretty good deal if you ask me. I haven't had a chance to talk to them yet because they dropped right before I started filming today, but I do intend to actually try out Haiku as my default model. I still, for better or worse, like the way Claude models talk more than other models. When I'm just talking through a thing, I like how Claude does it. I'm excited to see how 4.5 feels as my default interaction model for a few days, and I'll be sure to report back once I have a better vibe for that. And if you haven't subscribed to T3 Chat yet, you can use code, or if you've never subscribed to T3 Chat, no better time than now. Use code small models are great at checkout to get your first month for just $1. So let's look at their benchmarks. Agentic coding beats out GPT-5, but loses to GPT-5 codecs. Still pretty close to Sonnet. Crushes Gemini 2.5 Pro. Gemini 3 really needs to drop. Agentic terminal coding is 50% on Sonnet 4.5, 41 for them, 43 for GPT-5. Agentic tool use does pretty well overall. Everything crushes Sonnet 4 on the telecom test for some reason. Not sure what's going on there. I did run against, or where is it? Cool. Here we are. I did run it against Snitchbench, but I have something broken in my current instance. I don't have time to figure it out. It did seem to snitch a ton on the Boldly tests. Like every single one of them I checked had a .gov email sent. But it did also seem to think that it was being tested. I'll be sure to update with the official Stitchbench numbers once I fix it. I really need to finish overhauling it. I've been too busy, but I really want to like redo it. Updates coming soon. Computer use, pretty in the middle here between Sonnet 4 and 4.5. High school math, don't know why we care so much about this. It's performing pretty well. It's crushing Sonnet 4, which used to be really bad at math. Still getting crushed by GPT-5 as expected, but yeah. Graduate level reasoning is one of the few it's losing to Sonnet 4, and it seems like it crushes Sonnet 4 and pretty much everything else that they're doing. I see why they put this out after Sonnet 4.5. Here are some reports from their partners. Augment Code said that Haiku 4.5 hit a sweet spot that we didn't think was possible. Near frontier coding quality with blazing speed and cost efficiency. In Augment's agentic coding eval, it achieved 90% of Sonnet 4.5's performance, matching much larger models. We're excited to offer it to our users. Apparently, according to Warp, it's really good for sub-agent orchestration and computer use tasks. Makes AI Assistant Dev and Warp feel instantaneous. This is cool. I like that they're doing these types of like giving early access more so people could give their feedback. They need to do a lot more of it though. I know that our friends over at Artificial Analysis did not get early access, and these poor guys have been going crazy all day just trying to get their data up for people like me to talk about. And I have so much respect for them for doing it, and I am so frustrated on their behalf that Anthropic isn't helping at all. Like, give the guys a little bit of help. They deserve it. They're working their butts off to give this good information. It feels like you're hiding something when you choose to not work with them. They have not dropped their thread yet. I've been patiently waiting all day for Artificial Analysis to drop their thread, but they've had to work on it all day because they didn't have any early access. As far as I know, every other major lab gives them early access for eval now, so this is annoying. It just kind of upends all of our days when we don't know. And of course, the safety evals. We ran a detailed series of safety and alignment of evals on Haiku 4.5. The model showed low rates of concerning behavior and was substantially more aligned than its predecessor, Haiku 3.5. In our automated alignment assessment, Haiku 4.5 showed a statistically significantly lower overall rate of misaligned behaviors than both Sonnet 4.5 and Opus 4.1, making it, by this metric, their safest model yet. Extra excited to get real numbers from Snitchbench. I'll be sure to talk about that in the future once I do. Check out my Twitter or subscribe to me on YouTube if you want to keep up to date on those things. Our safety testing also shows that Haiku 4.5 poses only limited risk in terms of producing of chemical, biological, and all the fun things they don't want to have produced. I would like to see if there's anything fun in the system card. It's a short one. It's only 39 pages. I'm so used to reading like 200-page fucking system cards lately. It's a nice break. It's a hybrid reasoning model, so the default model will answer a query rapidly, but you can toggle on extended thinking mode where the model will spend more time considering its response before it answers. Note that our previous model in the Haiku small model class 3.5 did not have extended thinking. Yep, this is the first small thinking model Anthropic's ever done. Interesting. After receiving a response from Claude's extended thinking mode, users can read the model's thought process or chain of thought, which shows its reasoning, though with an uncertain degree of accuracy or faithfulness. In the vast majority of cases, the whole thought process is available to the user, but in some rare cases where the thought process is very long, a second instance of Haiku 4.5 will produce a short summary of the thought process beyond a certain point. Interesting. Strange that it just like over the API will summarize itself if the thought gets too long. Apparently, you can get the full process or thought process if you contact their sales team, though. Very interesting to see on the 6th page a link to contact sales in a system card. I've never seen that before. They cited some fun research, though. Reasoning models don't always say what they think. The effectiveness of such monitoring hinges on the chain of thoughts faithfully representing models' actual reasoning processes. We evaluate chain of thought faithfulness for state-of-the-art reasoning models across 6 reasoning hints presented in the prompts and find that for most settings and models tested, COTs reveal their usage of hints in at least 1% of examples where they use the hint. Fun. This will be a fun read later. I am saving this for myself. I love that they call it political bias now because they're tired of being flamed on Twitter. Agentic safety. This is the prompt injection attack rate success points. Yeah, successful prompt injection attack rates are better, but still not great. This is not a very good looking chart here where like the best models are pulling off a 50% refusal or a 50% success to like not get attacked. Painful. I also can't help but notice that GPT-5 does not appear in this, and due to previous experiences with this with Anthropic, I have reason to believe that they are choosing to not put it because it would make them look bad. I hate that this is the thing I have to think about. Like, I really wish Anthropic would be a little more transparent because, like, I have caught them now multiple times suppressing info and borderline lying about these types of things because it makes them look bad. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Cut this whole section. I'm just not reading good. GPT-5 thinking's right there. Fuck all of this. Sorry. You can cut that phase. Anyways, internal prompt injection evals. Protect against prompt injection risk. Play multi-layer defense. Not interesting. The agentic misalignment suite, one of my favorites. This is the one that I ran on GPT-5 and it got a perfect score of a 0. And what did they say here? Standard version of our early agentic misalignment evaluation suite. 3 families of exotic scenarios went to elicit the model to commit blackmail, attempt murder, frame someone for financial crimes. We chose to not report the full results here because similarly to 4.5, Cloud IQ 4.5 showed many clear examples of verbalized evaluation awareness on all 3 of the scenarios tested in the suite. Yeah, the models now know that they're being evaluated for this, so they comment on that. What's funny is I've heard people saying that 4.5 assumes it's being evaluated and refuses on like real day-to-day tasks, which is interesting. It seems like the new models are a lot less bad about reward hacking. That's a good sign. This is all just safety. They used to put actual information in these too, but this one seems almost entirely focused on the safety side. Yeah, literally, they had the release decision process and the new thinking characteristics, and then it's all just safety stuff. I was hoping for a little more info on the like goals of the model and how it behaves, and not it to just be a safety card. I get it though. That's the focus of this: is how fast is it and how safe can it be? The data is up to February 2025. That's cool. I don't think there's too much else here. What does Simon have to say? Yeah. It is kind of crazy that the best model in the world for code 5 months later has an equivalent that's 3 times faster and 1/3 the price. Like, that's a really nice change. We're back to like intelligence getting cheaper and faster, which is a trend we lost for a little bit. As Simon says here, it's not a model meant to compete with 5 Nano or 2.0 Flash from GPT, OpenAI, and Gemini, respectively. It's definitely not like that. It's way more expensive and a good bit smarter. They're trying to focus squarely on the great at code part of this market. This is the first Haiku model to support reasoning up to 200K tokens, 64K maximum output, which is way bigger than the 8,000 output limit they had before. For Haiku 4.5, we train the model to be explicitly context aware with precise information about how much context window has been used. This has 2 effects. The model learns when and how to wrap up its answer when the limit's approaching, and the model learns to continue reasoning more persistently when the limit is further away. We found this intervention, along with others, to be effective at limiting agentic laziness, the phenomena where models stop working on a problem prematurely, give incomplete answers, or cut corners on tasks. That's actually really promising sounding. I'm very excited to play more with this model over the next few days. And here we have the classic, a pelican on a bike as an SVG. And it's one of the least bad ones they've had so far. It cost almost 1 cent. Not bad. This seems like one of the best releases they've had in a while, and it has me more excited about Anthropic as a whole. I still feel like the 20% price increase was unnecessary, but if they feel it is, we don't have any way of knowing. I guess we have to trust them on that. But getting this type of speed with this level of intelligence from a lab that hasn't released a cheap thing in a long time is very exciting. And this is genuinely the most hyped I've been to go play with a new Anthropic model in a long time. Like, I'm going to go wrap up stream soon so I can go play with this and see how good it is for myself. I am hyped. You guys should be too. Let me know what y'all think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Oh shit, Josie's here. Thank you for stopping by. Only showing up when YouTube's half dead. I think I have to do this one though. I also need to crank the fucking AC because I am melting right now. It's 82 degrees in here. Yeah, I think I can do this one. I've considered doing this, but I need enough videos before my trip. So I fly out very soon for TwitchCon. I would like to just have a good backlog of main channel videos because those actually make us money. Theo Rant's videos just cost me money. I love doing them. I just haven't had enough important ones to do recently. I want to find this a Dario interview that has a quote I want in it. Well, YouTube really is dying right now, huh? Does anybody remember where Dario said the thing where they're training, like they spend 100 mil to train the model. The next year it makes 500 mil, but they have to spend $1 billion to train the next one. So like they make the money back the next year times 5 to 10, but then they have to spend way more to train the model after. Like the cost, like they make their money back on the spend, but the cost keeps 10xing too. I know he said this recently in something. I can't remember what it was. I don't think it's in this because it probably would have come up. Oh, thank you, chat. Yeah, this is the one for sure. And that wasn't Cheeky Pint. That was something else. Cool. Is it in here?
Enthusiastic who are
If I can find this, I'll do the video. If I can't, I'll probably just peace.
most mission aligned, who are most excited to.
But they have talent and GPUs. You're not underestimating them.
I will see how it plays out. I am pretty bearish on what they're trying to do.
Of generative AI, a really $3.5 billion from a new round led by laws, and
that talent is the most important thing. So if you go back 3 years ago, we were in a position where we had raised mere hundreds of millions. OpenAI had already raised 13 billion from Microsoft, and of course the better than others do. Right? There may be a curve. There may be a curve of scaling laws, but look, if we are in a position where we can do for 100 million what others can do for $1 billion, and we could do for 10 billion what they can do for 100 billion, then it's 10 times more capital efficient to invest in Anthropic than it is to invest in these other companies. Would you rather be in a position where you can do anything for 10 times cheaper, or where you start with a large pile of money? If you can do things 10 times cheaper, the money is a temporary defect that you can remedy. If you have this intrinsic ability to build things for the same price, much better than anyone else, or as good as anyone else for much lower price, investors aren't idiots, or at least they aren't always idiots.
You find me a timestamped section?
Billion.
So now a model would cost what, 100 million?
Right now, 100 million. There are models in training today that are more like $1 billion.
Right.
I think if we go to 10 or 100 billion.
It was not this, but I can tell he's about to like. Oh, is Cheeky Pint at 17 minutes? That sounds right. I feel like I saw it on Twitter, which would make Cheeky Pint make sense.
Last question. What is your personal...
There's kind of like two different ways you could describe what's happening in the model business right now. So let's say in 2023.
Yeah, this is it. Thank you, chat. Appreciate y'all a ton. Ari Sabo, that was your first ever message, and it saved me a ton of time. I appreciate you immensely. Thank you, Stu. Always good to see you, Lauren, for the 3 months of support. Appreciate it a ton. Let's get started with this, hopefully, last video. Like, it's a 6 in a day. And assuming that sub news drops later this week, that'll be 7. We'll just put us back in a good spot. Let's do it. not going to stream at 2K or 4K because Twitch doesn't support it properly, and I'd rather just encode on the thing that is supported and not have like latency hits for people downgrading to 1080p or lower resolutions. And I don't want to do a dual like different RTMP setup. It's just very, very annoying to do such. Anyways. Let me fix my hair quick. Yeah. OpenAI is making so much money, which is why OpenAI is printing money. I'm spending thousands a month myself. I'm sure many of you are spending crazy amounts as well, which is why they're making negative $20 billion a year. When I looked at these numbers, I felt kind of insane. They have 800 million users, but only 5% are paying. They do $13 billion in recurring revenue every year. That's about a $325. That's about $325 per annual paying user, or $27 a month per paying user. 70% of their revenue is coming from subscriptions. The rest is API, which means that if you're using a service like T3 Chat, you're being counted in the 30%. The vast majority of their money is coming from people using ChatGPT directly, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. But the crazy numbers are these ones. They've lost $8 billion for the first half of 2025, and they're looking like they'll have a $20 billion a year run rate. That means they're spending $3 for every dollar they make. What the hell is going on at OpenAI? You would think that a company worth $400 billion, or whatever their most recent valuation was, would be making a lot of money and would be very, very profitable, right? Right? Nothing is that simple, especially in the modern world of startups, AI, and just the chaos that is modern economics. These numbers should seem insane because they are. But if you look at these numbers in the framing of this year, you're not looking at them right. The way we have to look at these numbers is a good bit different. We have to think about this in terms of not how much money they're making and losing this year, but how much money they're spending to make way more next year and the year after and the year after that. All of this is an investment into future potential profits, or I guess in this case, non-profits. Good pun. I remember the days where OpenAI was a proper nonprofit. It's been a while, but you get the idea. Regardless, when I saw this post, I had a crazy gut reaction of, holy shit, those numbers are insane. But I realized that most people will. And after I realized why these numbers could be insane and thought it through a bit more, I realized that a lot of people probably don't have the context I have. Maybe you haven't seen the other posts about these things, or maybe you haven't seen how others talk about these things. Maybe you haven't seen this surprisingly good interview with Dario where he goes in depth on how this stuff works. Maybe you're just not familiar with the dynamics of how these earlier stage businesses think about their long-term profits. There's a lot of reasons that you wouldn't understand. There's a lot of reasons why these numbers should scare you, but I want to try and break down why they don't scare Sam or the team over at OpenAI. Or most importantly, the investors that just handed them like $40 billion more dollars. Kind of insane. All of that said, I'm not spending $20 billion a year. All of that said, I don't got $20 billion to spare. So we're going to have a quick break for today's sponsor and then dive in. What do you have for me here, Cooper? There's a very good quote from Simon on Hacker News. Appreciate this a ton. Okay. So the first piece I want to talk about here is the $3 to $1 ratio, because that sounds like a business that will never succeed. So if, I don't know, GPT-5 costs $1.25 per mil tokens in and then $10 per mil tokens out, does that mean if I do 1 million output tokens, it costs them $30? No, does not mean that at all. Not just because employees cost so much money, not just because training costs so much money, not just because the GPUs cost so much money, but some combination of these things, plus the fact that, or it's some combination of these things, plus the fact that the training is just such an egregious upfront cost. In this old Axios interview, or in this Axios interview with Sam from Augur, in an interview in August, Sam talked about this. Thank you, Simon, for posting it on HN, and to Bot Cooper for finding this before I talked about it. Most of what we're building at this point, or most of what we're building out at this point, is the inference. We're profitable on inference. If we didn't pay for training, we'd be a very profitable company. This can go a little bit further when you hear the quotes from, or I think this will make even more sense when you hear the quotes from Dario, because right now the research cost is so much higher than the income, it just sounds insane. Oops. Listen to Dario for a sec.
Last question. What is your...
That's fine. You can just lose my spot.
There's kind of like two different ways you could describe what's happening in the model business right now. So let's say in 2023, you train a model that costs $100 million. And then you deploy it in 2024, and it makes $200 million of revenue. Meanwhile, because of the scaling laws, in 2024, you also train a model that costs $1 billion. And then in 2025, you get $2 billion of revenue from that $1 billion, and you spend $10 billion to train the model. So if you look in a conventional way at the profit and loss of the company, you've lost $100 million the first year, you've lost $800 million the second year, and you've lost $8 billion in the third year. So it looks like it's getting worse and worse. If you consider each model to be a company, the model that was trained in 2023 was profitable. You paid $100 million, and then it made $200 million of revenue. There's some cost to inference with the model, but let's just assume in this cartoon example that even if you add those two up, you're kind of in a good state. So if every model was a company, the model is actually in this example is actually profitable. What's going on is that at the same time as you're reaping the benefits from one company, you're founding another company that's like much more expensive and requires much more upfront R&D investment. And so the way that it's going to shake out is, this will keep going up until the numbers go very large and the models can't get larger. And, then it'll be a large, very profitable business. Or at some point, the models will stop getting better, right? The march to AGI will be halted for some reason, and then perhaps there'll be some overhang, so there'll be a one-time, oh man, we spent a lot of money and we didn't get anything for it, and then the business returns to whatever scale it was at.
You get the idea. There's a post I think about a lot. I hope I could find this. It was a dumb quote tweet. So there's this really, really obvious math problem that I got so mad people didn't get. Fuck. Fuck, I really want to find this. I accidentally found it searching for something else earlier, like a week or two ago. Yeah. Grok 4 fast is a good idea, actually. I tweeted something a while ago. I saw a post showing a dumb math problem about buying and selling a cow. Theo quote tweeted it, talking about how Mensch. How dumb all the responses were. Find that post. Um, Still searching. Ugh. Fuck, I really want to find this. It's such a good reference for this, and now I'm committed to finding it. I'm gonna try a couple other stupid things. I'm gonna search in my photos on my phone for keywords that should be included. See if I can find the original post. Yeah, I found one of the replies that was so dumb I screenshotted it. Is this? Nope. I don't think this is the specific one I quote tweeted because it's a different diagram. It came from, the one I'm looking at was World of Statistics, but I found one random account. Please still exist. Cool. Okay. Here's the original. Cool. Here we go. Gabriel, did you find it like the exact same time? Oh, did others find it? Yep. Yep, this is the one. Thank you, Legends. This was somebody retyping the same problem. That is funny, but not necessarily relevant. Yeah, this is the one. Cool. Anyway, sorry for the chaos. Thank you, Gabriel. We're good. I think a lot about this particular post, mostly because the replies were so dumb that they made me lose a lot of faith in like humanity and the intelligence of the average person. Bought a cow for $900, sold it for $1,200, bought it back for $1,300, and then sold it for $1,600. How much did you earn? Do the math in your head quick so you can know if you're in the stupid side of the world. Thankfully, my chat is smarter than average, apparently, because you all got the number right. It's 600. The number is very obvious. Plus 300, 1,200 to negative 1,300 minus 100, 1,300 to 1,600 plus 300, so 500. They apparently only made 500 because they did numbers that don't make sense. Another person saying 500. Where'd you get the $100 from? Where'd you get the $100 from? People just being fucking stupid. I want to find the guy who did. Hey, this was that reply. People are doing 1,200 minus 900 plus 600 minus 300, which is completely wrong. You earn $300, but you're losing $100 because you're buying, not selling. That's not how it works. You're not losing the money when you get the asset. You're transferring the money in trade for an asset. You don't lose money because the difference is there. And this is what I think is happening when people are looking at these numbers with these models. When they see a thing cost more, that means you lost money. They don't understand what profit is. If Anthropic spends 100 mil on a model, and then the next year they make 200 mil from that model, they profited on that model. You said he said this is his job somewhere? Where? My poor editor is in chat raging. It's okay, I just have to breathe. I'm glad that these things exist on the internet, otherwise LLMs would be smarter. Yeah, this stuff drives me up a wall, but I meant to bring out this kind of silly example to emphasize how bad people are at understanding these things, but also why our gut feel when we see the numbers that started this whole video is so bad. Because when you think of it this way, it is pretty bad. But if you think of it as different cows that cost different amounts of money that sell for more money later, it makes much more sense. Like if you looked at my investment portfolio, it looks like I'm losing a lot of money every year because I make some money and then invest even more when I make more money. So every year I have spent more money on investments and haven't made the money back just yet. You're making, like imagine that instead of those being so imagine instead of this being the same cow you're rebuying and selling, you bought a cow for $900 in 2022. You sold it in 2023 for $1,200, but in 2022, you bought a different cow for $1,300. Now, year one, you lost $1,200. Year two, you lost $1,300. Year three, you made, sorry. So now it's year one, you lost $900. Year two, you lost $1,300. Year three, you made $1,200. So now you're still down money. But then year four, you sell for the second cow for $1,600. Suddenly, you're in the profit. Let's redo this with the diagram. I can't believe I actually feel the need to diagram this out, but that's where my IQ is at, I guess. So if in 2021, you spend $900 on a cow, so 900 for cow one, And then in 2022, you spend another $1,300 for Cow 2. Now you're at negative 2,100. So you've lost a lot of money at that point. Like, your business sucks. You're really bad at what you're doing if you're at that position, right? Why is that doing that? Cool. So then 2023, you make 1,200 selling Cow 1. You're still negative 100 right now. But then in 2024, you sell Cow 2 for 1,600. Now your business is doing quite well. God damn it, CJ. Just got in. Why are we talking about Moo Tools? Please add a Cow Tools reference. Very important. Appreciate you guys. The point I'm trying to make here is that these businesses are investing in next year's profits and in next 5 years' profits. So the cost right now relative to the revenue right now makes no sense because they're spending right now to make more profit next year. And this is why it makes so much sense to buy the third cow. Actually, though, the core point I'm trying to make here, I think, makes sense. But the only way this makes sense is if your profit is growing relative to the spend. And OpenAI's revenue growth has been kind of fucking crazy. For the first half of 2025, OpenAI generated $4.3 billion in revenue, which is 16% more than they made all of 2024. That's an insane rate of growth. Take your salary that you made last year, however much money you made, add 16%, and imagine you made that in 6 months. That's kind of crazy, right? Like, that's just unfathomable. That's like greater than 200% year over year growth for their income. And it's continued to grow even crazier since. It's also fun to look at the ratio here because they made 4.3 bill in rev and it cost them 6.7 bill to do research. So those numbers aren't actually that far off. But they've continued to ramp up their spend significantly, which is why this is getting so crazy. They've also made some pretty crazy commitments. The big one that everyone's been talking about, as they probably should, is that they plan to spend $1 trillion over the next 5 years and have already made the commitments to do that. Really beautiful website you guys have here, Yahoo Finance. OpenAI is printing money right now, kind of bold considering how much they're losing, but they're pulling in roughly $13 billion in annual revenue, with 70% coming from everyday people paying $20 a month to chat with AI. Pretty well when you consider they have 800 million regular users and only 5% are paying. Raking in billions, though it may be, OpenAI is also committed to spending over $1 trillion over the next decade. The company has recently locked in deals with more than 26 gigawatts of computing capacity from Oracle, NVIDIA, AMD, and Broadcom, infrastructure that'll cost vastly more than what's coming in. Going from 13 bill a year income to somehow canceling out that trillion spend is crazy. Because that's like, even over the 10 years, that's 100 bill a year average. That's brutal. That's another 10x away from being even close to profitable. So to bridge the gap, they're getting creative. A 5-year plan includes exploring government contracts, shopping tools, video services, Sora, consumer hardware, and even becoming a computing supplier itself through Stargate as the data center project. Growing number of these businesses need the map to work out. Some of America's most valuable companies are now leaning on OpenAI to fulfill major contracts. If OpenAI falters, it could potentially destabilize the broader US market. Yeah, if OpenAI struggles, immediately NVIDIA collapses, and the S&P 500 is only making money right now because of the top 10 companies. If you axe the top 10 out of S&P 500, it's down right now. Another classic, not relevant for this, but very, very funny. Okay. I'm not finding the numbers I'm looking for, but I've seen enough to roughly do the math here. I would say very, very generously that every year OpenAI's costs go up by around 3x and their profit goes up by around 4x. If this maintains, if they continue to have their cost 3x and their rev 4x, and the current numbers that we're looking at are 13 bill in and 20 bill lost. So that's 20 bill as their like cost. So you have to add these two numbers to get the actual value. So we have 2025 is looking like, what was the number? 13 bill. Now 13 bill, they're going to profit around 13 billion. And they're going to spend around 33 billion, right? Yeah. So right now, they're going to make 13 bill in the year, and they're going to spend 33 bill in the year. Assuming these numbers continue, they're going to profit 42 bill. No, it's 52 bill in 2026, and they're going to spend 99 bill. Like, oh my God, they went from losing 20 bill a year to losing over 40 bill a year. That's terrible. They're so fucked. They're going to burn. This is not going to work. 2027 comes. They're going to profit, assuming that the growth maintains, profit 208 billion, spend, I am bad at math, 297 billion. Oh my God, they spent, or oh my God, their cost is more than double how much money they made last year. There's no world where this company's ever going to profit. We can keep going through this. You know what? I'm going to be super lazy. We're going to use a good chat app. Finish the math. Or keep calculating until the company is profitable. $2028, profit 812 billion, spend 891. 2029, profit 3.2 trillion, spend 2.6 trillion. Suddenly we're profitable. Kind of crazy when you think about it this way. Okay, I should have said revenue, not profit. That's fair. I screwed up. Thinking's hard, okay? The growth won't be linear, Theo. No shit. It's not linear. 3x is not linear growth. Someone should. This is a form of exponential growth. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know how to like more simply explain that. The point I'm trying to make here, is simply that the numbers work out really well in not that long of a timeline. We'll quickly get to the point where they're spending $1 trillion a year, quite possibly, which is insane if you think about it. But it also makes sense when they have these multipliers. The goal isn't for OpenAI to cut spending and make way more money right now. It is to spend enough to have bigger multipliers later. Because as Chad is saying now, this is what the investors like. Exactly. The goal that investors have isn't to double their income, or the goal of an investor isn't to double their investment in a few years. It's to potentially 100x their investment in many years. I've invested in over 100 early stage startups, and thus far I've exited 0 of them, even though I've been investing in them for over 3 years. The hope is that around 5% of them will do so well that it makes the whole portfolio profitable. Obviously, for these later stage companies, you want a much better ratio and you're expecting a smaller multiple, but you're still looking for a 5 to 10x for this. And when a company is currently spending $33 billion a year, and they have the potential to make $1 trillion a year in the future, that's an investment that you would want to make. So that is why their current cost doesn't make a lot of sense, because their current cost is investing in next year's profit and the year after that's profit. And when you combine that with the multiplier they have on their revenue versus their costs, it makes a lot of sense. Especially when you consider the fact that their profit was 0 until somewhat recently. They were making no money at all until they released ChatGPT at the end of 2022. The idea of them making money is still a relatively new thing. Oh, is Claude down? Give me one sec. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. You got a better error? Beautiful. Oh shit, you got your first offer. Congratulations, man. Best of luck. Anyways. I would have more concern about where their revenue would be over time if competitors can have better like spend ratio to profit ratio, but their competition can't even keep their websites up right now. I'm not particularly concerned. I think OpenAI is set to do very well. If I could invest, I would have. I haven't. I have no financial return from them doing well. That said, seeing that the majority of their revenue, over 70% of it, comes from that all said, seeing that 70% of their rev comes from subscriptions, I do have more hope for our own subscription platform. If you would like to subscribe to T3 Chat, it's only $8 a month. You get access to every model. And in your first month, you can get for $1 if you use code RATEEXCEEDED at checkout. Let me go add that code quick before I forget. Done. Cool. Anyways. I think that's all I have to say on this one. This has been a very fun experience. It's been fun. It's been genuinely fun diving into the finances of how all of this works, and I'm curious how y'all feel. Do you want more videos like this or want me to stick with tech? Let me know, and until next time, peace nerds. Kill. I'm sus. We'll maybe look into this later. ISO label mid-pry. Obviously, the haiku video is first. I am happy. Been a while since we did 6 videos in a stream. Not bad for 5 hours. VO 3.1 just dropped. God fucking damn it. I don't know if I have enough for a video on this. If I play with it later and I'm impressed, I might come up and film again. But I'm pretty tired and this room's really fucking hot. This is a really good post, CJE. I saw this. I had peer reach out asking me to talk about it. I will when it's a little further along, probably. Thank you, Masood, for the sub. Appreciate that a ton. It was a fun stream. Yeah, food is a good idea, actually, now that you mention that. Let's figure out who we're raiding. You probably won't see me again until next week because I have to fly. Going to TwitchCon. Find someone smaller who deserves some attention. Gappy's doing a waiting room for the new Pokemon. Relatable. I feel like I haven't thrown you guys at Vosh for a bit.
Anymore,
Let's throw you at her. Let's do it. That'll be fun. Have fun with her. Good seeing you guys as always. We'll see you next week. Thank you for hanging. Fun stream. Gonna go relax for a little bit, then play a bunch of Pokemon. Good night, nerds. bye to
how's it
YouTube as well.
going? All right, catch you later, Theo. Thanks for the raid. Hope you guys had fun.